Structure supports visibility. Clear headings, subheadings, and logical flow help search crawlers evaluate relevance and context while guiding AI engines to extract key facts accurately. Okay, well organized content is easier for people to scan and for machines to parse. Both SEO and GEO best practices emphasize concise paragraphs, occasional bullet points for lists, and summary boxes where appropriate. Ongoing optimization matters. Regular monitoring and refinement underpin. Dig deeper. What is content readability and how to make your content easier to read? What, you want to go through that? Okay, next, fresh data. Reviewing performance metrics like click-through rate, search rankings, or AI citation frequency helps identify when to update content, add new insights, and restructure sections. This ongoing cycle of analysis and refinement keeps your content competitive across both traditional search engines and AI-driven platforms. User experience is the ultimate test. User experience underpins all of this work. Whether someone clicks a link to your site or reads an AI-generated summary that includes your content, the ultimate measure of success is how effectively you deliver value. By prioritizing clear communication, accuracy, and ease of use, you satisfy audiences and signal trustworthiness to both search engines and generative platforms. Okay. Rather than choosing one over the other, the most effective strategy blends both approaches.
Hmm.
Okay. A lot of fluff for me. Not a lot was said yet. Integrating SEO and GEO. To combine SEO and GEO, start by reviewing your best performing content and enhancing it with clear subheadings, concise data points, expert quotes. This satisfies AI extraction needs without harming your SEO foundation. Broaden your research to include full questions and conversational phrases that both people and AI might use. Finally, apply structured data markup to provide context that benefits all discovery methods. I recently went through an experiment and research paper that analyzed it way more in detail regarding which what of that is good, you know? Ah, let me see for a moment. Uh, where view my channel? Where is it? Is it already online? I think. Just let me show it so that I can show you the video. Which was it? Still. Um, there's freshness of this mode. Does Google SEO affect LLM optimization? This was a good one. There was a really, really, really good one. Okay. And research results on how to SEO for AI. That was a good one too. How to get your content and brand into LLMs and AI overview. That was a good one too. Just so you said, the way analytics, monitoring, rankings, traffic, and engagement. For geo, track the frequency of AI mentions and the share of voice and generated responses through your measurement dashboards. By comparing trends such as changes in click-through rates alongside shifts in AI citation volume, you can see how adjustment affect both traditional and AI-driven visibility. Practical takeaways. Unlike traditional search results, geo outcomes are generated dynamically and can vary based on user context, prompting, and platform behavior. Aim to create the right ecosystem and variables to increase your chances of being surfaced more frequently and accurately. Okay? Start with clear headings. Use extractable headings that guide both readers and AI through your main points. Ensure each section has a descriptive title that accurately reflects its content. This simple step helps AI models pinpoint relevant facts and makes it easier for human visitors to scan your page. Incorporate compelling data points. Include at least one data point or statistic in each key section.
Hmm.
Include at least one data point or statistic in each key section to boost credibility and give AI answers concrete figures to cite. Whether it's a percentage, a case study result, or a short survey finding, these numbers demonstrate authority and enrich your narrative. Weave these figures into your text so they feel natural rather than tacked on. Use authoritative references. Add references such as quotes from industry experts or links to reputable studies to reinforce trust. Concise paragraphs that introduce the insight, give context, and explain why it matters will serve both readers and the AI well. Apply geo-focused tweaks. Convert dense paragraphs into numbered steps or short sentences that focus on distinct facts. Add a brief key takeaways box at the end of each significant section to reinforce your main message and create a natural extraction point. Oh man, it's going to repeat itself more and more and more. Conduct regular content audits. Every quarter, review your top performing pages to refresh figures, update expert quotes, refine headings. As search algorithms evolve and AI models learn from fresh data, these audits ensure your content remains accurate, relevant, and structured for maximum visibility. SEO versus geo. SEO and geo serve the same purpose of making your content more visible, but operate in different arenas. SEO drives clicks from traditional search results, while geo secures mentions inside AI generated answers. But blending, yeah, but the goal in geo is also to be clicked and to have people come to my page. Like I feel there's a little something missing. By blending both strategies and optimizing for ranking signals and AI readiness, you ensure that users find you whether they click on links or read instant responses. Start with your best pages and structure and citation and track both metrics to stay ahead in the rapidly evolving search landscape. Well, okay. I think this is missing a bit. Okay, I think it's missing a bit. Like, what are the differences? There are a few things that we could go through. What's different? Different is SEO is static. It is way more static and it is way more slower. That means if you have metadata or a snippet, it is pretty much always the same. It will be shown to all the users on that platform all the time for these queries, and your positioning is pretty static. That means it can move, but it doesn't move very much in fast times. Different in geo, the same question by the same person on the same platform with the same browser even can lead to different answers. And that is as static as it is under SEO. That means the AI or LLM will present your stuff in a more contextual basis. Usually, I think that's a big difference. I can go through another stuff, and the biggest difference is SEO doesn't have context. The LLM does have context. Like for example, if I ask, oh, what are the best marketing agencies in Austria or in Germany or in America, depending on where you are, then I find here the 10 best, blah blah blah. But with Geo and LLMs, I usually have a whole discussion. It's like, oh, give me the best agencies, and then it gives me a list of a few with the links, and then, oh no, I'm a little company. I only have five employees. We don't have a marketing agency. The best I did so far was TikTok, and I sell apparel to young people. And now suddenly the AI, goes through with completely different queries and looks and gives you a result that is way more tied to you. So it's like, oh, here's an agency that is well known for working well with small companies that are growing and are in branding apparels and work with young audiences that don't have their own marketing agency. Here are 5 examples. And that's a big difference in my opinion. What's the same? What the same is that both of them rank pretty much on the same things. So what you need to do to be good on an SEO listing, to be high in the SERPs, the search engine result page, is mostly the same that you have to do to be ranked well on LLMs or AI tools, AI overviews, and whatever. They're even linking very much because, for now at least, the AIs really lean heavily on the search result pages for what they query and what they find and what they cite. So it's really important to be listed highly in the SERPs. I even have 2 or 3 videos about the topic, like how high the correlation is of what your position in the queries is, what in the SERPs is, and how likely it is that AI will cite you. Well, I think it was okay. The article is okay. maybe for a total beginner, but I think there is no meat. This article did not have. You're a nice guy. I never met you, never talked to you. I'm sorry that I have to say something not so nice, but sorry. I just think there was something missing. Sorry. Maybe a bit more information would be nice. Like not these buzzwords and these platitudes like, oh, check this out. No, how do I check it out? What exactly? How do I check it? How do I check out if I'm in the AI overview or in the LLMs and so on? Like, go deeper, man. Go deeper. But for you guys, if you like what I do, of course, you can always ask me to go deeper. If you like that I go through articles, news, research papers, and this kind of stuff in the marketing field, consider supporting, but it helps the channel tremendously if you do it. With that, we're going to jump right to the next clip. Okay, peace. So let's go through it. AI won't fix your zombie marketing processes, but you can revive them. I like it when people are a bit pasty in their headers. I like that. Let's go through it. Written by Robert Rose. We'll see how it goes, Robert. Marketing processes often linger after everyone's forgotten the purpose, and AI is no substitute for institutional memory. Try this human-driven approach to unearth new ways of working. Okay. And unspoken. Do we watch the video or do we want to read the article? You know what? Since I watched the video, should I watch the video? What do you guys say? Yeah, we're gonna. An unspoken law of inertia often governs marketing teams in older organizations. We've always done it this way. But ask someone why, and the room suddenly gets very quiet. That workflow, no one remembers who created it. That monthly report, no one has read it since the last Twilight movies hit theaters. But someone keeps sending it. Somewhere along the line, the rationale and the people behind these decisions vanished, but the rituals stuck around. Legacy, baby. Now layers in a few strategic reorgs, tack on some martech, and you've got a marketing machine that runs efficiently even, but nobody can explain how it works or why it exists. True. On point. Absolutely true. I like what I see so far from this article already. I like it quite a lot. Sounds great. Really appreciate it. Yeah, there's a lot of legacy information that is being lost. I remember I worked with, or I led, depends on the context, however you want to see it, but it was a charity organization, and I was like higher up, and I implemented a new rule, which was for a while pretty interesting and helped us a lot because we had so many volunteers. There was a huge turnaround of people who maybe have time in the summer, but then they start studying or like in between times. And I made a budget to buy notebooks, little, not laptops, but like little old-fashioned paper notebooks, paper, pen and paper stuff. And I told them, listen, you have it always with you, all the comments you have, all the ideas you have, I want you to write them down. And at the end, either when the notebook is full or when you leave, you give that notebook random ideas that they have. And we periodically went through those notebooks. Just saying, okay? It's really because people were then asking, well, why is it done this way? Why is it done this way? And it helped go through it. Well, okay, people don't understand why it's done. And if they understand why it's done, they can come up with better solutions because they understand, hey, wait, I'm just not just following it. I understand what the goal is, and I had an idea that makes the goal even more achievable or achieve it more efficiently. Or 10x the goal, whatever. Also, always drink water, stay hydrated. So let's go on. The problem with the lack of understanding is that when people try to change processes, no one is sure which ones are holding everything up, and everyone's afraid of sawing through a support beam. Maybe that 6-step review process exists for a reason. Maybe that fusty old channel is still doing something worthwhile. Every change feels risky because the current stack may be inefficient, but it hasn't collapsed yet. Typically, disinherited confusion is the stuff of hallway grumbles. They are harmless, inefficient, but the pressure to view AI as a potential replacement for marketing team members introduces a new twist. Now, Teams aren't just losing institutional memory over time, they're actively replacing it. When AI tools stand in for humans, they quietly erase the institutional memory of why things were built the way they were. Here's the kicker: AI doesn't inherit wisdom, and it doesn't arrive with any pre installed. It has to be taught. Yet, when no one is left to explain the why behind the what, there's no teacher in the room. So, sure, the early adopter senior exec gets what they want. The machine keeps running faster than ever, but it's learning from a system no one understands. The forgetting isn't just continuing, it's accelerating. Real interesting aspect. Yeah, true, true. If you if you outsource erasing institutional memories, if there's any foundational principle that surpasses speed in modern business culture, it's efficiency. And AI is emerging as the shiny new rationale for reorganizing marketing and shedding headcount for efficiency's sake. We don't need the team, we've got tools, goes the logic. Yes, tools do remember things, but they only remember things that were formally documented. They remember the final slide deck, not the institutional wisdom gained in the sometimes heated whiteboard sessions behind it. They store the final messaging framework from the agency, but not the emotional customer interviews the team conducted to shape it. Also, in my opinion, this is exactly the reason why a good employee who stays with you for a while becomes more and more and more worthy, because they learn. They understand what you want, how you want it done. They know the customers, they know the product, they know all these little things that are not official and not formalized anywhere, and yet can apply it. They get an intuition for what is right and what is wrong if they're good employees. So I personally think that's worth a lot. The strategic, also just another side tangent, completely different, but they help you through hard times. If your whole team is new and you go through hard times, the moral drops differently than if you have a few guys or girls in your team that are longer there and say, oh, don't worry, I remember back 3 or 5 years ago when we went through X and we had this and this and we had to crunch and da da da. You see, we made that too and we managed. And afterwards, we had a great event and the management thanked us and we got some time off or another bonus and something worked well and we were all blah 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 blah. It helps keep the moral of the new people high up because they say, oh, okay, this is not something extraordinary and there is something waiting at the end of the tunnel, so to speak. The strategic memory that lives between the lines, the judgment, the context, the why, the wisdom gets lost. That's a memory that fades when humans leave and no machine can summon it back. When you replace people with technology, any technology, you're not just automating tasks, you're also quietly erasing institutional memory. There's value in the swap: efficiency, scale, maybe even effectiveness. But there's always a cost too, that's usually hidden and almost always delayed. AI might crank out tomorrow's blog post, but it doesn't know why the blog exists. It doesn't remember that a heated debate in an offset strategy meeting sparked the post. It doesn't care that the brand team once banned the word innovative from headlines out of sheer fatigue. Spoiler, overuse stole all its meaning. Marketing operations in the dark. Forgetting isn't just an AI problem, it happens even without the robots. Strategies outlive their creators, rituals survive without reason, and no one can quite explain how the machines still run. 3 CMOs ago, some teams set a content or brand direction that made perfect sense at the time. Then they left. Their deputies left. Even the intern who vaguely remembers why the blog went from daily to weekly to whenever someone remembers is long gone. I see zombie ops processes that aren't quite alive but won't die either, even in small organizations. Things just lurch forward, quietly devouring resources and making it harder to do anything outside the this is how we've always done it box. Maybe you've seen it in your company, a 70-step approval workflow no one understands. Standards such as a taxonomy that haven't changed since 3 acquisitions ago. A weekly newsletter that exists because it always has. Even core marketing elements start to become rote. What began as strategic difference. Rote? What is rote? Sorry, I'm not a native English speaker. Rote. Mechanical or habitual repetition of something to be learned. Okay, a poem learned by rote in childhood. Okay, just repetition. Okay, what began as strategic differentiation starts to drift until the offering no longer matches the market, but no one wants to touch it. The product reflects yesterday's assumptions, not today's needs. Marketing legend says this feature was a game changer in 2019, becomes the explanation rather than a reason to evolve. New teams follow the roadmap but misunderstand the intent, the results. A business that looks aligned on paper but feels out of step in practice. Whatever the reason, turnover, tech, or time itself, a feeling of urgency about marketing's institutional memory is growing. But what can you do about it? Generally, I think that applies to everything, not just marketing, just so you know. How to reset institutional memories. Until recently, inherited confusion was mostly background annoyance, something you could fix in the margins. You patched what needed patching and carried on. So it's tempting to think the answer is just as simple. Update the strategy, swap out the broken parts, rebuild the messaging, refresh the content plan. Easy, right? But that approach only works when the problem is isolated to one channel, one team, or one tactic that needs a reset. Today, the entire marketing engine is being optimized at once. Tech stacks, org charts, workflows, and brand narratives are all in flux, and in that kind of environment, surface level updates don't cut it. It's marketing gentrification. Slap some shiny new processes on the facade and call it the transformation, when what you need now is a structural reset. Here are my suggestions on how to approach one. Audit like an archaeologist. Take on the important and yes, boring initiative to treat your current ops and brand materials like ancient ruins. What's here? Why might it have existed? What layers were added later? Document everything, even if it's nonsense. Figure out what still works. Don't assume everything's bad. Some rituals may have real value. That old webinar series still pulling leads. That brand voice surprisingly resonant. Keep what works, question everything else. Again, don't change. How is the saying? Don't change a running team or don't touch a running system. Like if it works well, don't change it just for the sake of changing it. Only change what needs to be changed because you think it will work better that way. If it works, great. Don't touch it. Leave it. Talk to the ancestors if you can. Reach out to former employees or consultants. Ask what constraints or ideas shaped the original strategy. Try to reassemble the initial wisdom of the day. It's like assembling original versions of ancient texts. You can conceive better new ideas if you understand why the old ideas made sense. If that's not an option, look to industry benchmarks to rebuild. Craft something new that your current team understands and believes in. Write it down, explain it, make sure every piece has a clear why behind it. Then tell the story of the strategy. This is the important part. Don't just unveil a PowerPoint and call it a day. Roll out the new approach with context and conviction. Treat it like a rebrand. People need to feel the purpose behind the shift. All right, phase it in and let it breathe. You don't need to launch the new system all at once. Pilot it, tweak it, make space for feedback. The goal is to co-create something sustainable, not dictated from above. This process doesn't have to be anchored in speed. It's institutional change. It's meant to stick. Institutionalize the wisdom. Man, screwing the word up. Create living documents, not stone tablets. Make knowledge sharing a habit, not a one-time event. Use mentorships, rituals, postmortems, and culture to make the strategy stick. This here is the absolutely most important part of it. Don't make it. That I love. What's your name again? Robert, you're point on. I like what you say. On point. I like that. It's important to have a system that runs that makes this standard. We have new choices. We have new experiments. Why do we do it? How do we do it? For example, for me, my agency, we screenshot all the landing pages. Version 1.1, version 1.2, version 1.3. Here's version 2. Here's version 2.1. So that if you're a new employee, a new hire, and someone says, oh, that doesn't work, we need to do it differently, you don't waste the time of the new employee who hey, I just know it doesn't work. Let's get the results done. You have your time and your ability to say, hey, go through the archive. You can see our old measures. This is how it looked. These are the values. As you can see, and if you go through 100,000 of these screenshots, you will get a feel for, okay, it seems this and that works better. This and that works better. All of the best working pages have this and similar. And this not. This yes, this not, and so on. So just saying, that's worth a lot. Systemize it. Have people give after project what worked, what didn't work, why did it work, why do they think did not work, and what should be done and implemented to make it work better next time. Keep those reports. Have an archive so that new workers or any employees that you have can go through them and sift through them. Like, get all of that knowledge and all of that experience, or at least as much as possible of it, in the archive, so that someone who's very motivated and you can go through that for the first few weeks and get on page with all the knowledge and all the experience that your company has had. AI can't remember what it never knew. Here's where I think if you have all of those informations, sooner or later it will even be possible to systemize it for the AI, to have that big database where you say, hey, here's all we know, here's all the feedback we ever got from our clients, here are all the projects, there you go. Help us be better. As you begin your AI journey, whether it's a forced march, an eagerly awaited adventure, or something in between, take time to ask what's more important, optimizing for output or preserving what makes us coherent. Slow down, ask hard questions, invite your team to dig through the rubble with you, because the only thing worse than repeating the past is repeating it faster. It's your story, tell it wise. About the author, Robert Rose is the chief troublemaker at Seventh Bear, where he helps business break free from stale marketing, rediscover the creativity, and actually make an impact. Robert Rose, it is. Only LinkedIn, no Twitter, no X. Nope. Shame. Okay. I like this article. Really, really interesting. So, as usual, before we go to the next article, yep, we've got one more for today. I like that article a lot. Really great. Really on point. I think it's a great article. I liked it. I really, really liked it. I've seen it so often in companies that they don't preserve the knowledge and the wisdom that is hard and expensively paid for. You pay the employee, you have issues with the customer, you lost customers, you tried out stuff, you invested into projects, ideas, tools, and everything, and then you just don't save that knowledge and experience. It's like a scientist doing experiments and not recording the results of the experiments. Really. So, for all of you, I go through articles, news trends, research papers, white papers in the broad field of marketing, be it as right now just the business side of it, if it's SEO, web development, PPC, social media content, content creation, influencer marketing, email marketing, and all the different 2 clicks for you, but it tremendously helps this channel. And with that, I'm going to jump right over to the next thing. If you're watching live, like the live stream and give a comment. The more you interact with the live stream, the more the platforms like me. Okay? So, up to the. Hallo Leute, heute habe ich hat sogar mehrere Geschäfte, mehrere Firmen und Businesses, die allesamt im nachhaltigen Bereich tätig sind. Die Grand Farm ist eine davon. Sie haben auch eine Forschungseinrichtung ein wenig, wenn ich da den richtigen Begriff nehme. Wir werden mehr Details darüber erfahren, nämlich den Grand Garten und als weiteren Betrieb auch Vermigrant. Über das alles habe ich einige Fragen und bin sehr neugierig, mehr davon zu erfahren. Alfred, vielen herzlichen Dank, dass du dir die Zeit genommen hast, heute da zu sein. Erzähl meinen Zuschauern mal ganz kurz so, was macht ihr, wer seid ihr? Was kann ich mir erwarten da?
Ja, mein Name ist Alfred Grant. Ich bin Biobauer auf der Grand Farm und auch den Grand Garten gibt es dort. Und ich bin Unternehmer. Gemeinsam mit meinem Geschäftspartner Leopold Fischer betreiben wir die Vermigrant.
So, today we start with website migration SEO best practices to preserve rankings and avoid common pitfalls. What does that mean? Often we have to migrate with our website from another domain. domain A to domain B, or do something else with the page if we have created a new page or something. Could be the same domain, but still, there's like a few things that can be done. I'm not sure which of the two this is going to be about, so let's go through it directly. Written by Adam Heitzman. Sorry if I butchered the name. So, let's go through it. Website migrations, when poorly executed, risk losing traffic, rankings, and revenue. A solid strategy ensures smooth transitions while safeguarding SEO performance. Now, an important part is there are many things that can go wrong during a migration. Really many things. And there's quite a bit of annoying stuff if you invested a lot of time and money, stay hydrated, a lot of time and money into your positions and rankings on Google search and so on, and then you do migration and you lose a lot of traffic or positioning. Now, there are quite a few best practices and a few things you can do to mitigate the risk, and also if something went wrong, to repair it. But let's see what this article is like and about. There are several reasons to migrate your website. It might be to enhance your website security through another hosting provider, update your brand image, or improve your user experience. Whatever the reason, you'll need to follow a migration process that allows you to update your site without compromising your SEO rankings, traffic, and revenue. Many SEO professionals face a common fear when it comes to website migration: the loss of valuable traffic, rankings, and users during the transition. A migration strategy prevents data loss, performance dips, and downtime when you move your site to a new domain hosting platform or CMS. Okay? In this guide, I'll walk you through the 16 best practices for a successful website migration. Okay? Just a moment, gotta someone. So, kick. Shame. If so many bots on these platforms, it's insane. The website migration process, a 16-step checklist. Oh, and by the way, I see all of your comments in the chats, but I have disabled it for now because last time I was told it's a bit confusing if I allow the chat to be seen in the screen. So for now, I cut it out. You can tell me if you want it to be included again or not. The website migration process, a 16-step checklist. I'll break down all the tasks into 3 phases: planning, pre-migration, and post-migration phase. Phase 1, planning. As with any multi-dimensional project, your website migration needs thorough planning. Complete these steps before you begin development. 1. Define project scope. First, take inventory of all your web pages. What are you trying to achieve with the migration, and how much of the site will it affect? Your website migration is set to fail if you don't have a well-defined goal and scope. 2. Set migration team and responsibilities. Who will lead the project? The in-house SEO team or an outsourced SEO agency? If you're managing the project internally, be sure to set up a project management framework so everyone can keep tabs on tasks that belong to them. Okay? Legit. Just get it done and organized well so everybody knows who has to do what, when. Okay. 3. Manage cross-department and stakeholder expectations. Which other departments will the project impact? Identify all stakeholders involved in the migration process. Alongside the SEO and dev teams, this often includes designers, IT staff, quality assurance testers, content managers, product designers, and marketers. It all depends on what your company is and how many department needs to be involved in any activity like website migration. You can schedule a meeting to explain why you need it and what you aim to achieve. This is also an excellent opportunity to gather feedback on the specific needs, which could help you choose a better domain or CMS that serves your future needs. Tip: be transparent about the migration process and what they should expect in terms of functionality, design, and performance. And also warn the client or the boss or whoever it is that you're talking to that it is very likely that for a while the traffic will be down. It's just very, even if you did everything correctly, it might take some time, 4 to 12 weeks usually. So even if it was done properly, you might see quite significant drop of traffic, like 10%, 30% easily. Okay, it usually goes up again to the old values in a very short time. Define your timelines and launch date. Ideally, your new site should go live when site traffic is at its lowest, and your team has the capacity to respond to any unforeseen hiccups. Exactly. Don't do it like at the day of or the day before a big marketing move or something like that, or some big email campaign, or like like just anything that would draw in many people that you pay for, even worse with advertisement, and then the page doesn't work because of who knows what. Choose a day that has the least impact on your business. This can be during off hours or when you have little to no low business activity. You can also do it batch by batch rather than migrate all your pages at once. Phase 2, pre-migration stage. This is an extension of the planning stage. It's where you set the foundation for a smooth transition and minimize during or post-migration risks. Okay, run a detailed risk assessment. Audit your web pages to spot potential issues before, during, and after migration. This could be traffic loss, disrupted user flow, broken links, or other technical SEO issues. Rank these risks by their impact on your business using a simple low, medium, high scale. Then tackle the most critical first. Then create an effective mitigation plan to minimize the severity of the risks. Some effective techniques are: backup all content, metadata, and configurations before migration. Use a risk assessment matrix to measure the risk involved in the website migration process and its impact on your business goals. Use a staging environment to test changes before it goes live. Implement 301 redirects for all the change URLs to maintain their SEO value. Okay. Another point I would say and put in is different steps that we have to do, and then create a checklist for it. I love checklists. I love working with checklists. And to me, in my business and in my projects, a checklist is only good if I can give it to a trained monkey and say, here's the checklist. I don't want you to think about anything. Just get this solved. Just make sure that this is checked. And so you have an SOP defining each step, what it's done, which tool to use, how it's done, and so on and so on. I personally prefer even doing little videos about it, so that internally the team has these videos about, oh, how is this supposed to be done, so that you could theoretically give it to a new hire and say, hey, here's everything you need to know. I don't need to talk a single word with you. Just get this job done. Everything is listed in here. For example, a few clients of mine were pretty surprised last time when we did a live event, and I pulled out my checklist for the live event, and it was like over 1,600 checkpoints. They were like, oh, that's a lot. And yeah, it's a lot. Of course, it's a lot. You want to have everything done properly. But just as an example, take your time, really be willing to go through it step by step by step by step. Each little counterpoint so that you have checked, 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 checked. Define performance benchmarks and setup tracking. Build a detailed picture of your site's existing performance so you have something to compare your new site with. At this stage, it's a good idea to back up your existing site in case you need to restore it during the migration process. You'll want to pull benchmark data for the following: core web vitals. Use Google's page speed insights to measure metrics like loading speed, user interactivity, and visual stability. Server response time. Tools like GTmetrix let you see vitals such as the time to first byte and the overall performance of your website server, which is also important. It's not always decided, sometimes just the server itself. These two things are different. I can do stuff on my site to make it load faster, be more efficient, be better coded and everything, but sometimes it's just the server. Database performance metrics. Analyze database performance to ensure that it can handle the expected traffic loads post-migration. This may require reviewing query execution times, indexing, etc. Usability testing. Manually check out all the key areas, conversion elements, to ensure they're working effectively. Overall website performance. Use Google Analytics, Search Console, or third-party tools like Ahrefs to evaluate your current organic traffic, rankings, index pages, crawl errors, indexing rate, and backlinks. In addition to benchmarking, this This is a good time to double check that you're tracking all your target keywords in your rank tracking tool. This is very important as it helps you know how much traffic rankings you lost, gained after the migration. Yep. Just a moment. All right. Just checking the live streams. Step 7. Ensure dev and SEO are aligned on performance. If your migration involves a technical overhaul, a CMS change, server migration, or redesign, let your developers know the SEO performance metrics that are important to you. This helps minimize the migration's impact on your SEO performance. These migrations might require complete mapping of old URLs to new ones. Give these details to your developers, as missing redirects will tank your rankings and affect organic traffic. Other issues to look out for are URL structure, internal linking, canonical tags, mobile responsiveness, structured data, page speed. Ideally, review your entire SEO performance before and after the migration is complete so that you can compare migrations before you migrate your website. This includes the details about the DNS settings, CDN configurations, and hosting environments. Server mirrors the old one and reduces the risks of inconsistencies that may cause performance issues. If any problems arise post-migration, detailed server documentation makes it easier for relevant teams to find, diagnose, and resolve them. Okay? It acts as a comprehensive reference for future migrations or server updates. Configuration management tools like Ansible, Puppet, or Terraform are popular tools for documenting server configurations in a reusable, readable, and version-controlled format. Version control tools like Git can also be used to track changes made and collaborate effectively with teams during the migration. Okay. 9. Set up a testing environment. It's best to develop your site in a closed testing environment on a separate server to verify the new site functions properly before launching. This is called a staging website. Okay. Often agencies that are good will do that. They put the whole website, the whole page on another server and go through it there, test the links, let the crawler, let the bots run through it, test it by hand and everything. And only if all of it works, only then will they move it over to the etc. without disrupting operations on the live website. A staging website also allows you to identify and fix any potential issues or conflicts before the migration process. Of course, you'll need to block public access to the testing environment and prevent search engines from indexing your new pages too soon. You can either create a robot.txt file to block search engines like Google, add the no index tag to your new URLs, or set up password protection in htpassword. TXT and everything. Feel free to leave a comment below. I can go through it in a live session once if you want. Once you have this all set up, run a technical SEO audit on the staging site to find and fix issues before migrating to your live site. Watch out for little foxes like broken site links, missing alt text, meta titles, duplicate URLs, etc. and fix them before migrating to your live website. Third-party SEO tools like Ahrefs, SEMrush, or Screaming Frog can help you achieve this. Tip: ensure you have a recent backup of your website after the clone. This way you have a version to revert to if needed. Seen it a few times, people just delete the old version. Bad idea. You want to keep it, like for a long time. 10. Conduct a content inventory. Now it's time to build a complete overview of your existing content and pages. The content inventory lets you identify if anything goes missing during the migration. Moreover, creating a list of URLs will draw your attention to any existing bugs, like broken links or bad redirects, for you to address before the migration, such as pulling all your URLs with a site crawler, downloading page data from your CMS, exporting URLs from Google Search Console. All of that, nice ideas. Don't forget that site crawlers don't always pick up orphan pages in a standard crawl if they are not linked internally. So what that means is, if you've got a crawler that's supposed to, what is an orphan page? An orphan page is a page that is not linked to by any other page. It stands alone, so to speak. That's why it's orphaned. It has no parent that links to it. Sometimes very interesting, sometimes important, like different pages, different landing pages, and so on. We want them to be on the new server too, of course. So if you just use a crawler that starts with one site, one page, and go through all of those links, it might not catch those orphan pages. Also, be sure to identify your most valuable pages when assembling your list of URLs. High value pages are pages with high intent content, high conversion rates, high traffic levels, and quality backlinks. This data helps you know which pages to prioritize for minimal impact during the migration. Finally, if you plan to add additional pages and categories to your new site, this is the time to check that they can sitemap to visualize your current website architecture and find gaps in your content strategy that need to be filled. Again, ensure you're tracking the keywords your high value pages are ranking for. As mentioned above, this helps you to benchmark your performance before and after the migration process. Okay, recreate the redirect map. Next, use your URL list to determine the pages to move to the new site, which ones you can merge and the ones to drop. Use redirect links to connect your old content and the new one. So when users try to access the content on your old page, they're automatically redirected to the latest version of it. For your redirect plan, start with the most important pages you identify in the previous step. Implement a 301 redirect for each page you're moving to the new site. For context, a 301 redirect indicates that a page has been moved permanently from one URL to another. The authority in the old page is also transferred to the new site, something that a 302, for example, does not do. As I said, we can go through them in more detail if you ever want to leave a comment for that. Or if chat wants it, just say so. Technically, your URL should point to the most relevant page on the new site. For example, let's assume you have a website, example.com, and want to redirect to a new location. Old URL, example.com, new page. Also, avoid redirecting old URLs to your new homepage. This can result in soft 404 errors, which will dilute overall link equity and harm your rankings. Instead, if you can't identify an appropriate new page to point to, either create a new page or remove your old URL. Using our previous example, let's say you have another URL, example.com blog. You need to redirect it to the new version of the page, example.com new page. New page blog should 301 redirect to example.com new page. This way, each domain is redirected to the most relevant page on your website. When you've completed your redirect map, share a list of your new URLs with your broader marketing team so they can update their campaign links once the new site launches. Tip: cross-check your redirects on your staging website to be sure they're not redirecting to another URL that's redirected. Again, redirects and it confuses search engine bots when they try to crawl and index the page. Usually bad practice, makes the results worse, time longer that it loads, the servers don't like it, the bots don't like it, and so on. For best results, ensure your redirects are one-to-one and are ideal. Before launching your new site, you'll need to run various checks in your testing environment to ensure the new site functions as expected. Work with your SEO team to confirm if the following elements meet the required standards. Test redirects. Ensure that all redirects are correctly implemented and functioning properly. This includes checking the 301 redirects from the old URLs to the new ones to avoid redirect chains or soft 404s. XML sitemap. Verify that the new site contains a valid XML sitemap. Use tools like XML sitemap validator to check for errors and compliance with search engine requirements. Robots.txt file. If you've added a robots.txt file in the staging file, reconfigure it to include pages you want to index on the search engine. Also, because I don't see it right now, nowadays, same for the llms.txt file. Also make sure that it links properly and has the right links to the MD files. URL structure. Review the URLs to ensure they're optimized with relevant keywords and follow SEO best practices. Oh, okay. Question is, what is llms.txt? llms.txt is a new standard that some in the industry try to use right now that is implemented in the root folder. Here it would be, for example, as we had here, example.com llms.txt, and it is meant for LLMs and bot scrapers to understand what your pages are about. It is a way to give them easier content and explanation of what your pages are about without confusing them with like stuff, what could I say, like menus, ads, and everything, all of that is wiped clean so that the LLM can just know Gemini or ChatGPT and so on, know exactly what this page is about and can easier scrape it. Canonical URLs. Do all your canonical URLs point to the relevant variant of the page? Consolidate any duplicates to maintain a clear content hierarchy. Structured data. Implement structured data schema markup to help search engines understand your page's content and deliver rich results to users. Status codes. Check the HTTP status code for all pages to ensure they return the correct responses. Address any 404 errors or other related issues immediately. Internal linking. Internal links create connections between your web pages and distribute link equity. Review all internal links to ensure that they are intact and redirect users to the right content. Title text, header text, and meta description. Are they optimized for the right keywords? Do they follow SEO best practices? Review and update them accordingly. Tip box during or after migration. Phase 3. Now we're at launch. Now that you've crossed all your T's and dotted your I's, all the people watching on Rumble, I'm new on Rumble. Are you bots or not? Leave a message, no matter what, in the chat, just so I know you're real, because I want to know how many bots on Rumble and how many real people are there. Now let's continue. Step 13. Launch and promote your new site. When your site goes live, you'll need to lift any user and search engine restriction you set up during the development phase. Remember, the quicker you implement the migration, the better. Little thing here, watch out that you get the robots.txt clean. I've seen a few migrations in my of the sites. Big mistake. Your site will temporarily go offline during the migration, so minimizing downtime will reduce the impact on traffic and revenue. Remove all the limitations you've placed on the staging site so that search engine and users can access it. This includes robots.txt. This allows no index tags and password protections. Also, ensure your DNS records point to the right server after migration. Also a mistake that's happening way too often. It's also a good idea to plan PPC campaigns to coincide with the site launch. Not only will this spread the word about your new site, but it can also help make up for the short-term organic traffic dips you experience during the migration process. Phase 4. Migration. I gotta say, I'm not sure about the PPC campaigns, because if you pay for it already, I personally, just my opinion, I prefer to have a bit of a time buffer between going live with the new page and doing any paid ads, because the paid ads would be thrown out and burnt money if anything during the migration worked badly and the page is not up to snuff. Just saying. I personally prefer migrating, doing another complete checkup, complete once more through all of it. Yeah, I already talked about the checklist that I would use. And then, only then, after that, would I greenlight the PPC campaigns again. Phase 4. Post-migration. Lastly, recheck all the changes to ensure everything is working as intended. Sometimes the migration may not go as planned, and this is where you decide whether to tweak your edits or roll back to the previous website. Let's run through a few of the vitals. Step 14. And check critical aspects of the site, including your new robot.txt file, XML sitemap, usability, and analytics. Also, check your website performance compared with your old site. It's natural to experience a dip in performance for a while, but as the weeks go by, your rankings and traffic should return to the original level. As I said, usually like 4 to 12 weeks. To optimize your website. Use website caching to store content data so users can access it faster. And use a CDN, content delivery network, to reduce latency and improve content delivery time. For best results, minify your JavaScript, CSS, and HTML files to improve content delivery network CDN performance. You can also use IPv6, Internet Protocol version 6, to improve routing efficiency and reduce content delivery times. Optimize your database systems to improve query speed, user experience, and overall website performance. Best practices such as proper indexing, data tables optimization, query restructuring, materialized views, vertical scaling, etc. can help the database handle complex requests without downtime. Learn more about database performance tuning. Now that you've launched your website, you need to revise your technical documents to ensure it's accurate and up to date. This documentation guides the migration process and can mitigate risks such as duplicate lost content, missing broken links, etc. Also, it allows for faster collaboration between cross-functional teams and stakeholders. Your documentation should include a spreadsheet or a map of your 301 redirects, including the old and the new link. An updated XML sitemap that lists all necessary pages. This is important for search engine indexing. Title tags and meta description for all pages on your site. A report showing performance metrics before and after the migration. You can also add your primary keyword rankings as well. The state of your robots.txt file to ensure only the right pages are indexed and on the search results. Step 16, implement basic maintenance practices. Lastly, set preventive maintenance practices to keep your website functioning properly after the backup. This helps you catch and resolve potential issues before they become a bigger problem. Use third-party SEO to detect anomalies that affect web performance. These tools also give insights into your user activity on your website and your overall performance strength on the search results. Tip: since migration impacts search user experience, recrawl your new site to ensure it's performing as required. And if your key performance indicators, key KPIs, don't improve, troubleshoot the causes. This could include pages on your old site are still being indexed, slow load times, bad redirects, missing internal links. Activate specific alerts on Google Search Console to highlight issues that could affect performance so you can fix them as soon as they occur. Final thoughts: website migration can be a complex undertaking. Following the above steps will set you up for success and allow you to prepare, execute, and monitor your migration while minimizing associated risks. VIP contributor Adam Heitzman. There he is. Does he have? Yeah, he has that. Well, that was an interesting article, a bit basic, but I know sometimes I go through a bit more basic stuff because it helps the newer viewers. Also gives chance for me to reflect and maybe say something. I hope you liked it in general. So if you like what I do, if you like that I go through stuff, you can like the content, you can subscribe to the channel. It's just 1 or 2 clicks. It's the easiest way to support this channel, and I will just leave a little nice. Yeah, I want to follow him. Article on. I think we can post stuff on the internet and be nice to each other. Like if someone did something nice, we can do it. Yeah. So, just like that. Okay.
Hey, we're diving into
No, that's something else. Okay, that's interesting. Well, with that, I'm finished with this article. So this is a bit different than a usual, how should I say it, article, because instead it's a letter, as far as I understand it, from meta.com. Is it from Mark Zuckerberg, July 13th? And the title alone, Personal Superintelligence, was like, okay, I gotta read it. I gotta read and see what this is about when Mark talks about personal superintelligence. So let's get right into it. I have no clue what it's about. As usual, I'm going through it live with you guys. So, over the last few months, we have begun to see glimpses of our AI systems improving themselves. The improvement is slow for now, but undeniable. Developing superintelligence is now in sight. Okay, that is bam. They are improving themselves. That's interesting. It seems clear that in the coming years, superintelligence towers. In some ways, this will be a new era for humanity, but in others, no, kinda. How many people nowadays just work other jobs for subsistence, like just to get money to buy food and pay rent and so on? Like, okay. But yeah, true, we have more jobs now. At each step, people have used our newfound productivity to achieve more than was previously possible. Yes, pushing the frontiers of science and health, as well as spending more time on creativity, culture, relationship, and enjoying life. Yes and no. Yes and no. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if the average farmer in 1700 who didn't like die didn't spend more time with the family than some guy today sometimes. Just saying. Just saying, okay? Just saying. Same with for women. I'm not sure if a marketing department CMO lady spends more time with the family than the farmer's wife. Look at like more jobs, we have more hobbies, we have more knowledge, we have more industries, we have more stuff that someone who's interested in can go into, and you have more freedoms to choose different things than you had like 200-300 years ago. Absolutely. I'm extremely optimistic that superintelligence will help humanity accelerate our pace of progress. But perhaps even more important is that superintelligence has the potential to begin a new era of personal empowerment where people will have greater agency to improve the world in the directions they choose. As profound as the abundance produced by AI may one day be, an even more meaningful impact on our lives will likely come from everyone having a personal superintelligence that helps you achieve your goals, create what you want to see in the world, experience any adventure, be a better friend to those you care about, and grow to become the person you aspire to be. Optimistic words. But what Meta's vision is to bring personal superintelligence to everyone. We believe in putting this power in people's hands to direct it towards what they value in their own lives. This is distinct from others in the industry who believe superintelligence should be directed centrally towards automating all valuable work, and then humanity will live on a dole of its output. At Meta, we believe that people pursuing their individual aspirations is how we have always made progress, expanding prosperity, science, health, and culture. This will be increasingly important in the future as well. The intersection of technology and how people live is Meta's focus, and this will only become more important in the future. If trends continue, then you'd expect people to spend less time in productivity software and more time creating and connecting. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that. Like, we are way more efficient nowadays, and nowadays we've got copiers and printers and stuff, and did that cause us to connect more and spend less time on productivity? Yeah. Personal superintelligence that knows us deeply, understands our goals, and can help us achieve them will be by far the most useful. Personal devices like glasses that understand our context because they can see what we see, hear what we hear, and interact with us throughout the day will become our primary computing devices. We believe the benefits of super intelligence should be shared with the world as broadly as possible. That said, super intelligence will raise. Just give me a moment. Sorry. We believe the benefits of super intelligence to be rigorous about mitigating these risks and careful about what we choose to open source. Still, yeah, what we open source. We have to be very careful what we open source, of course. Still, we believe that building a free society requires that we aim to empower people as much as possible. The rest of this decade seems likely to be the decisive period for determining the path this technology will take and whether superintelligence will be a tool for personal empowerment or a force focused on replacing large swaths of society. Meta believes strongly in building personal superintelligence that empowers everyone. We have the resources and the expertise to build the massive infrastructure required and the capability and will to deliver new technology to billions of people across our products. I'm excited to focus Meta's efforts towards building this future. Well, I'm quite looking forward to how this will play out and this will become, because man, I don't know. Poof. What was it? What was it called? Like techno fiefdom? Like, and the timing, right in this week where suddenly there's so many censorship rules and laws enacted and push on the whole of the internet and everything. It seems weird to me. I'm going to say it honestly. It seems weird. And it doesn't give me much trust that these super intelligent, super great AGIs will really be used to the benefit of the common people if that benefit does not benefit the corporate owners of these AIs. It's my opinion. Still, interesting letter, Mark. As usual, I will link it in the description. If you like what I do, that I go through the news trends, research papers, and so on in marketing and digital franchise, feel free to support the channel, like the video, or subscribe to the channel. It's just 1 or 2 clicks. It's the best way for you to support this channel, and it's for free. And with that, I wish you all the very, very best. Okay, so I found the video. I'm pretty curious. Google brought out a new system that allows us to connect our data directly with the MCP. Talk with like, okay, what is the best product that I've sold last week? How many Google ad paid services do I need? What is the best campaign that I'm running right now? What is this CCP, for example? So that's how I understand it. Now, this is the official video about it. We're gonna watch it together, and you're gonna get my reaction.
Hello and welcome. I'm Matt Landers, Head of Developer Relations for Google Analytics. And in this video, I'm going to show you our MCP server for Google Analytics. And if you don't know what that is, it's a Model Context Protocol server. Let's go ahead and dive right in and see what's to satisfy whatever question you ask. Well, we've connected it to our MCP server. You can see that here. And the configuration for this is on our GitHub, and you can do this yourself today.
For those who don't know what that is, it's a terminal view. Right now, it seems that it's only accessible through the terminal, which means it's text-based. And of course, subscribe to the newsletter so you stay informed when I post such information. But now let's go.
It's this before, so it has some context. It may just answer itself. Let's see what happens. 3,082 users yesterday. So that's pretty cool. We were just able to ask a question. It figured out how to go get that data from analytics and satisfy that query. So let's ask it another question. Like now it should be able to where sold. So we could set different criteria that we've given it for sold. All right, we can take it even further. Let's say that we have a marketing budget that we've been given, and we want to see what Gemini can come up with the plan.
I mean, in general, it's really interesting. I think that's great for users who are not that well versed with the technical aspect of getting reports, of having data, of having a lot of columns and lines and graphs and so on. Problem is, those users most likely are not the type to understand how well to work with a terminal and how to set it up, but depending on how easy it is to interact with it once it's set up, service to set it up for clients who don't know how to set it up or aren't good enough to interact with it if it's good enough. Well, we're gonna look at it. One thing that I'm a bit nervous about is the typical, okay, it's an AI, it's an LLM. How correct is the data? Like, we all made the experience that in some LLM, the mathematics are not the best, or that strawberry has 5 R's and so on. So I'm a bit, I would like to know how correct it is and how certain.
Plan for this website to generate more revenue based on that marketing budget. So let's ask. I have a marketing budget of $5K a month, and I need to generate more revenue. Help me come up with a plan that will drive sales. Run any reports that you need to justify this plan. All right, we're gonna send that off and see what Gemini comes back with. It'll take a couple of minutes, but we'll...
Again, not months, but I just want to share with you, I've tested a lot of AI and given the data from clients and from myself and so on. Like, for example, here are 10 posts, what could we do better? Which are the best posts in your opinion or not, and so on. And some of the best working posts that this client had on its social media, and that was LinkedIn, the AI said, oh, those will be bad posts, they won't work at all because X, Y, Z, da, da, da. So don't forget, LLMs work on the premise of statistical data. They don't analyze the result as most likely. They analyze only what response is most likely. What word should be the next one to follow. So be a bit careful about that. You will most likely get the answers that are the most likely answers, which means most people do that. And sometimes what most people do, what most people posted, what most people write about is not the best solution.
Skip to that. All right, so Gemini has come back with a plan for us that can help us use that budget in order
Still
to drive more
interesting.
sales.
Still really,
We can
really
see that it's gone
interesting.
in and said it gave us some initiatives that we should do. We have a total budget of 5,000. We should run Google Ads on search and shopping, do some paid social, and an email marketing campaign. It comes through and it shows you the justification for all of this. These are the different campaigns that it's come up with for the different strategies. But if we scroll up, we'll see that it actually ran some reports to try to figure this out as well. So it says that our direct and organic search are a powerhouse, driving over $419,000 in revenue. This it gives you all of this data about how it came up with its decision on how it should run this, how you should use this money to drive more sales, driving over $419,000.
Okay, it analyzes where the data come from. For example, here it says, oh, you have had over 419,000 in revenue. It means that it already works well. Okay. Checks the audience.
With its decision on how it should run this, how you should use this money to drive more sales on your website. So there's many more things that we could sit here and chat with Gemini about our analytics data, but I just wanted to give you a taste of what's possible. Now we're really interested to see what you do with this new technology and how you can integrate it into either your marketing workflow, or if you're a developer, how you might use this MCP server to build agents that can go out, use the analytics data to then help marketers make better decisions for their site, or maybe automate some workflows. Check out the GitHub link in the description in order to get this set up on your machine.
Yeah, of course, I will link it in the description below too.
Feel free to leave issues there or join our Discord server and tell us how it's going, what you want us to change, and if there's any issues that you're having. All right, I'm really excited to see what all of you do with this. Hopefully you're inspired to go build something new, and I can't wait to see what you all do. All right, happy measuring.
Okay, really interesting. Really cool. Kind of cool. I've got to admit, you just got to think about what that means for all of us. Like, the reports are being automated. It's easier for a normal person to ask it in a language model to just talk with. That will be one hell of an interesting task. That will be an interesting development. Of course, I will keep you informed. I'll most likely join the Discord. Want to have all that information and stuff. And if you like what I do, if you want to support this channel, feel free, like, subscribe, 1 or 2 clicks, and it's tremendous help for me and this channel. On the other side, I'm sure some videos will be appearing right now, and I wish you all the very best. Bye! Hello guys! Today I've got a really interesting guest, Dr. Constanze. A pleasure to have you here, to be able to interview you, to talk to you. He's a world-renowned researcher, and he's focused on environmental issues. It's a very interesting take when he starts to explain all of this. There are a few questions that I will have about it, but the aspect of sustainability, of how he coined it in his last book, for example, the addiction that we have nowadays as a society. A few of those thoughts and papers really were interesting to me. He's done groundbreaking research and topics and works, and I would really like to welcome him now. Dear Constanze, it's a pleasure to have you. Thank you very much for being a guest.
No, my pleasure. Nice to be here. Yeah.
So for all the guests who don't know you yet, what would you say, what you do, what is your research focused on? Tell us a little bit about that.
Trying to understand and manage how this complex global system that we live in functions, and how to make it better for all of us. You know, not just humans, but the rest of nature, and recognizing that nature is separate things. It's humans and the rest of nature. We're as much a part of nature as any other species, and so we have to recognize our interdependence and begin to understand and manage, and particularly manage that system with that, from that perspective. So, you know, I'm one of the originators of the field of ecological economics. You know, so how this complex system functions in order to be able to manage it and create a better one.
That's a really interesting thing you said, because that's one of the things how I got hooked into your work, how it started for me. It was the aspect of
ecological economy, whereas for the viewers that don't know or that aren't aware of that, is most of our, how should I say, KPIs, key performance indicators in the economy are pretty much leaving out a lot of stuff that should be calculated into it. Like the GDP is like, oh, our economy is growing, but at what cost is it growing? What is being used up that can't be redone, that can't be recreated, for example? How much are we losing to gain a certain amount of points, so to speak, in that system? And you came up with an idea and with different systems and works that like put these things under the spotlight. And that was really impressive to me to, for the first time, to come up with, okay, wait, what are these other costs? What are these other aspects and variables for the economy that we are not putting into the, so to speak, into the calculations now? And which would shift the whole, so let's see, the whole number, the whole game that we play into a completely different field.
Well, I think there's growing recognition, that GDP was never designed as a measure of societal well-being. It's only measuring activity in the market, marketed transactions. How much are we producing and consuming and trading in markets? Like you said, that leaves out a lot of stuff. And it also doesn't include a lot of things that are marketed, called the index of sustainability, about how much money are even top 0.1%. So it's not household labor and volunteer work, very important things in the economy, but they're not paid for, so they're not included. And then it subtracts a bunch of things that shouldn't be counted as positive. The cost of crime. We don't want more crime. But if there's more crime, you need more police, you need more security devices, et cetera. We don't want more, check those out. Turns out when you do that, destruction has been growing, and so those cancel out the positive aspects of GDP growth. And so we haven't been making genuine progress really for decades now. And I think that's just one indicator of societal well-being. It's that still leaves out a bunch of things as well. But it gets you thinking that we've been following the wrong indicator. Because our addiction to GDP growth, I think, is what's led us to continue to have those negative side effects, and they're getting more and more. There's growing interest in doing that, and thinking about what actually improves the well-being of society. And in some cases, that might be more production and consumption, but of a particular kind, a circular economy kind of production and consumption that doesn't pollute as much. But also recognizing that community well-being, that treating the environment better, also contributes directly to well-being. And we've done some research looking at, well, what's the value of all those ecosystem services that are not counted in GDP, and they end up being much larger than GDP itself. So we've got some ways to go to really implement this idea of an ecological economy and what that means, how to measure progress in genuine terms, and how to achieve those goals.
You mentioned right there something that you are very famous for. After all, it's the idea of the natural capital. It's like, I understand. Would you be so nice to explain in a few words or sentences what is natural capital? What should the viewers understand of that? Because as you said, when you take that into consideration, it might be much bigger than the GDPs even. So what is it?
Well, it's all of the natural ecosystems that support our well-being, both directly and indirectly. And the rationale for calling it capital, and capital is a stock that contributes to a flow of benefits or resources. So just like conventional built capital is necessary to provide human well-being, and also human capital, individual people and their health and well-being, but also our social capital, all of our institutions, all of our networks, our communities. Those are all important. And natural capital, everything else in the world that we didn't have to produce, also contribute. So recognizing that those four types of capital assets are all required in a much more balanced way in order to provide sustainable well-being. And recognizing also that they're very different kinds of assets. And how we manage them, how we treat them has to be adapted to the kinds of resources that they are. And the market, for example, does not deal well with things that are non-rival, non-excludable. Natural capital sort of fits into that category. We're not making it; we're benefiting from it. So how we manage those kinds of resources, requires some different kinds of institutional arrangements that are more about stewarding and managing this complex system rather than trying to manage it in a market context.
Yeah, if I how I understood it, or like an example, and I would like to ask you if I understood this correctly. Like an example would be, let's take a country that is very green with many trees, for example. And our view nowadays, especially in the market, but you and many other researchers say, no, you got to add other values to it, like the fresh air that is produced that we need, the beauty of the natural area that you see, the biological diversity with all the animals in that field that also exist, that are not calculated into this lumber price. It's absolutely not inside of that lumber price what it will really cost the company.
Yeah, well, there's a difference between the capital and the flow of benefits. And that flow of benefits is what we call ecosystem services. And those are all the things that you started to list. Maintaining a stable climate by sequestering carbon, controlling the flow of water, providing recreational opportunities. There's a long list of things that natural capital is doing that benefits people that are not, most of them or many of them are not included in things like GDP. Some are, like timber, so the provisioning services, but many of the other important regulatory services and cultural services are not included. So those ecosystem services, like I said, we've estimated, that their value significantly or quantify all of those services, and we're still learning more and more how those natural systems benefit people, both in the short run, but also in particular in the long run. How do we build a sustainable and desirable future? And it's going to require that we manage and understand those contributions much better than we are now. But it's also important to recognize that those things don't happen independently by themselves. Those benefits require that we integrate our natural, our social, our human capital, and how they all sort of work together to provide sustainable well-being. So that's what ecological economics is about, really.
When I think about it, it's like that must be such a hard task, the putting it into numbers. These things are, as I understand it, by nature very hard to quantify. It's like I recently had an interview with Dr. Aaron Arthur. It's like, how do you quantify love? How happy a couple is, for example. How do you quantify biodiversity? Like GDP is pretty easy. It's a let's say an arbitrary measure that we decided X dollars are value X. That's just what it is. We count how often it has been going around, and that's it. But like, how much is biodiversity worth? How can we quantify it into a number of, well, what did we lose if one species?
Well, there's a range of techniques, and they vary in terms of how their possible precision. And so these are always going to be estimates, but I'll give you an example that uses something called avoided costs. So if we have a natural ecosystem that's doing something for us, and it's helping us to avoid other costs that would occur if that system wasn't there. So for example, protection from storms. So we did a study recently on the value of coastal wetlands for storm protection, and came up with values on the order of close to $500 billion a year, much higher. So there's some pretty direct methods like that. Things like replacement costs, I think, can also be used, where you say, well, if we didn't have this watershed that's producing nice clean water for the city, we'd have to build a water treatment plant. It's producing that's wastewater treatment that we would have to reproduce in other ways. So there's a range of those kind of techniques, which I think are pretty conceptually straightforward and easy to think about how you might estimate them. And then it goes from there. How do you quantify love? Well, there are surveys that people do, on subjective well-being. How happy are you? How satisfied are you with your life? And I think that satisfaction comes from a whole range of things that affect people, not just all of these biophysical or cultural things, but their personal relationships. And they find that in the field of positive psychology, which tries to study what actually does affect people's sense of well-being, and you can measure that at least in relative terms. And they've been doing a lot of research along those lines as well. So it's not like these things are impossible to quantify, but recognizing that you're never going to get the answer. You're going to get an approximation. But I think those approximations can really help us to understand what.
It's an interesting take because just so you know, one of my experiences is talking with entrepreneurs or people who own businesses, and I help them with consulting a bit and everything because it's like in my niche. And a few of those talks were about, okay, how can I make my employees like hard for them to get like, okay, if I invest 10,000 into my employees being happier, do I make that money back? And like that's what you took the water treatment plan as an example, because the weird thing would be GDP would be growing with that money with that water treatment plant, because you would need more money, you would build that thing, have people work there, they would get, and so for the GDP value, it would be better and it would be growing if those natural resources weren't as available as they are, which is of course kind of crazy if you think about it, isn't it?
So that gives you, another indication of why GDP is not a good measure of societal well-being. It's only measuring how much marketed activity, like you say. So if we had to build a new treatment plant, GDP would grow, but our well-being would not improve, and other insects. So if they all disappeared and we had to pollinate all of those plants by hand, for example, it would take an army of people out there pollinating plants, and that would employ a lot of people. That would improve GDP, but it's not going to make life better overall. So it just emphasizes the need to get beyond GDP as our primary goal. But I think we are very much stuck in that mode of thinking. Like you mentioned earlier, I think we are in a sense addicted to or locked in to the current system because of all the positive feedbacks and all the policies that are dependent, policies and institutions that are dependent on GDP growing. So how to break out of that addiction? How to break out of that addiction? I think is really one of the key problems that we're trying to address now. First of all, recognizing that it is an addiction, and that simply pointing out the problem and even pointing out the solutions is not necessarily enough to get behavior to change. You got to take a more nuanced view of what's actually underlying that behavior and how to modify those and what kind of therapy really is going to be effective in making those behavior changes.
I would like to ask you something there because I'm of the younger generation, yet not completely young, I know, but from the younger generation. I'm curious what you think, since you've been researching this for many, many years by now. What is your personal take on how it has developed over this time? Because if I compare it like for 100 years ago, we didn't even consider, the world got together and found somewhat of a solution with no FCKW anymore. Like we took care of some things, even if they're too slow. Do you think that over the last 30, 40, 50 years that we have developed into the right trajectory, even if too slow maybe, but that there is hope that people understand the research that you and others make and the issues that we face, where it's like just a big oil tanker that has slowly to change course? Or do you think, no, it hasn't gone into the people's brain at all how important it is, and that we're still at step number one with, as you say, we only care about GDP and people don't even understand yet that we have.
Transition could very easily be to some resource depletion because of political turmoil for various reasons. So I think our challenge today is to make that transition happen in a more positive way. And I think there is a growing recognition, as I said, especially among young people, that we're headed in the wrong direction. And we have to fundamentally change the way the system operates, not just tweak it a little bit, but say, okay, we need a whole new set of goals for society. And I think as far as therapy is concerned, some of the work that we did was comparing, what works at the individual scale to overcome addictions, and what could we learn from interviewing, which starts by not confronting addicts with the problem. It starts by engaging them in a discussion of their life. Once that's been established, then you can argue, well, is what you're doing now helping you achieve those goals, or is it headed in the opposite direction? And it can help to motivate the very difficult changes that have to be made to overcome the addiction. So the obvious analogy at the societal scale is how do we wants to go? And I don't think we've done that yet, although there are some interesting things headed in that direction, like the UN Sustainable Development Goals process is definitely a set of goals that all countries in the world have agreed to that are much broader than simply GDP growth, even though that's still one of them. But it embodies, I think, a lot of the elements of a well-being economy. I think that people really want. So I think there's movement in the right direction in building this shared vision. And I think that once you get a critical mass of people sort of on board with that alternative vision of where we want to go, and not the conventional the shift, and it can probably shift quite rapidly. We elect a different kind of politicians that are really bought into that vision, rather than the ones that we have now who are supporting fossil fuel subsidies and the kinds of things that keep us locked into the system that we're in.
Absolutely. That's very interesting take with the tipping point, and that it then happens fast. And you mentioned two things now that I think both are very interesting. The SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. I would like to talk with you a bit more in detail in a few minutes. But first, I would like to ask you about your opinion on something. As you said, but you also mentioned something else, like the fossil fuel money and the PR that they do and the lobbying. So I imagine it like you have that addicted person with his therapist, and the therapist is trying the best to like, come on, let's try to make you move past that addiction. But you, at the same time, you have the drug dealer in the same room being able to mess with the messaging the whole time, because lobbying is multi-billion-dollar business, to like, as you said, to shift that narrative into somewhere where the addict does not stop his addiction. It's after all, that's the money that's all been taken into account. What are your takes on that kind of issue? Are there anything, like, I don't want to be negative, do as individuals or as collectives to help get to that better future for us?
Well, I think it has to be as a collective. I don't think there's anything that any one person individually can do. And I think that's the issue. How do we get a critical mass of the population on board with this alternative vision in order to change the political dynamics, to change the process, to overcome the fossil fuel sector, and all of the special interests that are keeping us in this addiction. That's going to take, I think, a civil society movement, or a movement of movements, as it might be called. So there are a lot of movements out there, but they're all single purpose movements. There's the climate movement, there's the social justice movement, there's they all need to work together. And there is an organization called the Wellbeing Economy Alliance that I've been helpful in getting started, that's trying to bring all of those movements together and to say, okay, how do we build that critical mass that says we really want to achieve a well-being economy? In order to do that, we have to overcome some of these special interests that are preventing movement in the right direction. And I think we can do that in a totally nonviolent way. I think you can it can apply political pressure and start electing representatives that actually do want to see that movement in that direction.
What do you think? What would be the vision like? How can you imagine such an economy? What would it be like? I think equity is an important part of it, of course.
Uh-huh.
It's like sustainability is important, of course. It's like how do you envision that? What are the differences between this addicted economy, between this where we say, okay, you know what, you need to make that money, you need to just watch it, GDP, profit over everything, and so on, and between that sustainable economy where we say, no, no, no,
Mhm.
listen, this is a form that can, I know many people think, but it's not about making less profit or not caring about profit. It's about making a different kind of profit that is shared differently in society. It's like, and
Exactly.
it's just like,
Yeah.
how could that be? How, like,
I think it's a society. Yeah, I think it's a society where you're making more profit, but but not but profit that is sustainable and profit that is equitably shared. That actually improves well-being rather than the profit that many corporations are making now, which actually they may be consuming less, and they may be consuming less of the kinds of things that really are not contributing to their well-being. But they'll probably be better off, and their well-being will be higher. They're consuming, for example, clothes that last longer rather than fast food that leads to obesity and other health problems. So I think quality will go up, and in fact, profits can increase in situations like that, even though the level of output can actually go down. So the details of what that world would look like, I think, are very important to communicate with the general public, and I think that's one of the missing elements too. How better would be happier, would be a higher state of well-being than the situation that they're in now, or where we're headed towards. Even though consumption levels might be lower, their well-being will be higher. How do you present that? So we've been working with film in general. The way we've been doing that is saying, well, here's a list of the things that would be different. There would be less inequality. There would be more, life satisfaction might be higher, but list of bullet points. But that doesn't really engage people, I think. That doesn't make them feel, yeah, you need to see, well, what is that going to feel like? What would life be like? Am I really going to be happier in that kind of world? And so I think that's a challenge going forward. How do we present that? So, if we just had some blockbuster movies, that were set in this alternative and better future, I think that would help. But some critical mass of people that share that vision, that really want to see that kind of world created.
it seems a bit like the old science fiction movies had more of that utopian future vision, like Star Trek, for example, to name an easy example, was like it pictured a future where people weren't anymore in for their own profit, but like, okay, what is your talent? What do you want to contribute to society? Like,
Yeah.
of course, it's always with these technological miracles, so to speak, but it's gotten rare in the last, I don't know, 1 or 2 decades in the media to have anything like that portrayed at all, it seems, weirdly. I don't know why. It's
Well,
like,
there's a good book that just came out by Kim Stanley Robinson called The Ministry for the Future. I don't know if you've run across that one, but he talks about, and in a very realistic sort of way, what could happen to create this the world where climate change, is addressed, and many of these issues become can be handled. There was a film called 2040 that came out not too long ago, kind of a pseudo documentary about the future that sort of heads off in that direction. So there's the beginnings of, I think, a few of these kinds of efforts going forward. But I think that's what we need to really,
because we don't have time forever. I would like another question that's personally for me something confusing or worrying. You use the word of stewardship in your papers and in some of your works, and to me it's always like a very curious question of, they really know a lot of things, and the last few times, or like in these totalitarian systems like in China back then, and in Russia and Soviet Russia, and also in Third Reich Germany, it's like someone with total observant stewards of something as complex as the world, even though in some kind of capacity, we have to evolve as a society into this role. It's like, how do you think can we do that, and what should we watch out for to make as few mistakes that have as little consequences as possible?
Well, I think we need to do it democratically, in the sense that we all do it sort of together, rather than autocratically. Where, like you said, I think that often leads to disasters because people, autocrats, don't know how things work, and we need to involve, the knowledge of the whole system. So the problem is, democracy is a great idea, and we ought to try it. And I don't think we have really tried it yet, or not very effectively. So how do we create a real democracy? How do we create, and there's ideas around what's called deliberative democracy. So instead of electing representatives whose election can be manipulated by special interests and political campaign funding and all of that, the way the ancient Greeks did it was through sortition, where they randomly selected representatives among the population, from a set of qualified candidates. And so there's no special interest that can influence those people. And it's a more representative sample than of what the whole population thinks and feels. And then you let those groups, like citizen juries kind of thing, let them deliberate on decisions. And with input from whatever experts, and information is required. It turns out that they, if they're given the authority to make decisions, they make much better decisions, or ones that really reflect what is good for the public at large, democracies, and much less so in autocratic regimes. So I think we do need some institutional reform. The other kinds of Eleanor Ostrom, who studied this collectively, over time, and that did work. And so I think we can apply those principles to design new kinds of management systems. And it does require the sort of co-design of the system from all of the stakeholders involved, and they create the rules and norms and the ways of a win-win situation among all of the stakeholders. So they learn how to cooperate, and we know from several studies that if you can get cooperative behavior among competing groups, often it's much more beneficial than if they're competing against each other. Overcoming that threshold and getting the cooperation requires, that they really deliberate and create the rules collaboratively themselves. But if they can do that, then I think we can steward and manage these natural systems together, as common assets rather than as private assets that we're trying to compete against other private owners to extract as much as possible. Instead of that, the primary goal becomes protect the asset so that it can provide all of the benefits that we now recognize those assets do provide for everyone.
That's a very interesting take. I like that. You mentioned a few things that are very interesting there. So the jury duty, being why would you say, but for example, how Norway treats their oil reserves. Okay, we're creating it. I know it's not exactly like that, but compared to the more private things like BP or Saudi Arabia or such. So it's an interesting.
At least Norway is putting used to benefit a few private stakeholders in the system
and investors, and that's it. Yeah. Well, it's a very interesting thing. We talked about the sustainable development goals. Could you tell the viewers a little bit what they are and what you think of them? Are they a step into the years that you talk about in your papers, or what do you think about them? I would just like to know that. I'm very curious what your take is on them.
I view them as a significant milestone in human history, actually, because it's the first time I think that all countries in the world have a GDP or something else. So that's a significant step. Of course, it was a political process, and these 17 goals that have been established, including no hunger, no poverty, so the ecosystem services and natural capital components, reducing inequality, all of these things are embedded in there, inclusive and sustainable. So recognizing that economic growth is not the only thing, and it may be necessary in some cases, but it's not the only thing. So they didn't really get into how all of these goals are interconnected, which they obviously are. And there's synergies and trade-offs, and like we were saying, if you want to just go for goal number 8, maximize GDP growth, then you're going to have the whole thing. But I think that's significant. I don't think the general public is very aware of the SDGs, and there've been some surveys to that effect. Actually, I think they found that in was it Japan that there's a fairly of recognition. So I think just getting the public to understand that there are at least at the policy level this set of goals that really I think people will agree with once they've been shown that that's the kind of world that I would like. I would like a world where there's peace and justice, where there's cooperation, where we dealt with climate change, where there's no hunger, no poverty, reduced inequality. Most people would say, yeah. And I think that's the kind of vision that we're trying to develop together and to use to overcome this addiction.
I think that's nice. It's like such a huge take in the world's history to have something like that. It's interesting that Word has been working as a volunteer for 15 years by now. And like I stepped into that through the SDG award in Austria. It's like a private organization that gives away awards that are like very sustainable, that do something for the 17 goals. And that's how I got into all of that years back. So it's really interesting that you say it's such a huge impact, and we want to be able to communicate what is important to us, why it's important to us, and why it should be important to all the different stakeholders like companies, LLCs, organizations, and so on. It's a really so to all the viewers, if you don't know what the SDGs are, Sustainable Development Goals, I will leave a link below. Really look it up, no matter where you're from. I promise you there's something to contact, something to inform. Another like a personal question that I'm curious about. You've been researching for many years by now. How I should phrase it. What was the most eye-opening moment in your career, or what was like the most impactful thing that you would not have imagined when you started? Like, okay, this is more important, or this is something new that you developed, or it's more intense in emotions than you would have thought before? Was there such a moment in your career and in your research?
That was in systems ecology. And so I think opening my mind to the idea that I think that has sort of framed a lot of the way I think of the world. And I think that approach is something that we need to teach more broadly to people. That they have to see the world as a system rather than as individual elements, and the sort of reductionist approach of let's go down and deeper and look at the details, that never gets put back together to say, well, how does that whole system function, and how do we understand what's really going on? So I think we need more systems thinking and education about systems going forward. And then the paper that we did in 1997 about the value of the world's ecosystem services. Going into that, I wasn't aware of. I also wasn't prepared for the sort of level of feedback, both positive and negative, for that study, and the amount of attention that it's gotten since then. So I think it did surprise me a bit that it got as much attention as it did. But yeah.
Wow. I mean, it's in the board paper. It's like it's a really. It's already older, but it's a very fresh take back then. It's like, okay, incredible, in my opinion. Really. For anyone, I will also link the study and the paper below. Take a look at it. It's a really eye-opening way to look at all of these things nowadays. I think it's really interesting. Constanza,
yeah. Go ahead.
I sadly have to say getting tight. We don't have that much time left anymore. I thank you very, very, very much for your appearance, for taking your time for this interview. I thank you very much and wish you just the very best. Maybe you want to say something to the audience before we cut it off, but I want to really tell you thank you very much.
Hope for the future. I think we can't predict the future, but we can create the future. And so let's create the kind of future that we want. And to do that, we have to first envision what that future should look like. Thank you.
Next article today. Let's go through it. Why a site de-indexed by Google for programmatic SEO bounced back? That's going to be interesting. Let's see. A company founder shared how Google de-indexed their site because of programmatic SEO and what they did to recover from the mistake. Okay. Let's see. Let me get through everything. Just a second. All right, great. Now let's continue. The company founder shared the experience with programmatic SEO, which they credited for initial success until it was de-indexed by Google, calling it a big mistake they won't repeat. For those who don't know, just a little. Programmatic SEO is an SEO strategy that uses automation to create and optimize a large number of website pages, often targeting thousands or even millions of keywords. So I don't waste too much time explaining it. For those who don't know, some people, some companies and agencies want to rank well, and they say, well, I could use AI and automation. I can go use the AI, check out which are the best keywords, multiple blog posts, article pages, and so on. Like, for example, if I have a local service, local service in city A, city B, city C, city D, and so on, and then use a bit of information about a city to, prop it all up and have thousands, if not tens of thousands of pages going online. So, getting out of that problem, once you've done it, the web page is due to poor content quality. Programmatic SEO, okay, he would have explained it anyway. Programmatic, by the way, article is by Roger Monti. Programmatic SEO, ARCAP SEO, is a phrase that encompasses a wide range of tactics that have automation at the heart of it. Some of it can be very useful, like automating site-wide meta descriptions, titles, alt text for images. SEO is also the practice of using AI automation to scale content creation site-wide, which is what the person did. They created 50,000 pages targeting long-tail phrases that are not commonly queried. The site initially received hundreds of clicks and millions of impressions, but the success was not long-lived. According to the post by Mika Pellet, let's look at the post. Google flagged our domain, pages started getting de-indexed, traffic plummeted overnight. We learned the hard way that shortcuts don't scale sustainably. It was a huge mistake, but also a great lesson, and it's one of the reasons we rebranded to Tailride. Okay, wow, I had to just look at this. De-index, bam, that's going low. Ouch, that hurts. We got penalized by Google. Michael Palais, a few months ago, as we were launching Get Invoice, now Tailride, we went all in on programmatic SEO. We created thousands of pages using AI targeting long tail that it worked for a while. Our first users came exclusively from SEO. We were getting hundreds of clicks and millions of impressions, see screenshot. But then it backfired. Google flagged our domain, pages started getting de-indexed. Traffic plummeted overnight. We learned the hard way that shortcuts don't scale sustainably. It was a huge mistake, but also a great lesson. And it's one of the reasons we rebranded to Tailride. There's the full blog post by them. But we can go through it later. Thin AI content was the culprit. A follow-up post explained that they believed the posts by Pallet explained, we're not sure, but probably not because AI. It was thin content and probably duplicated. Rasmus Sorenson, LinkedIn Pro, thanks for sharing and putting some real-life experiences forward. Programmatic SEO had been touted as the next best thing in SEO. It's not, and I've seen so much garbage published the last few months and agencies claiming that the SEO is the silver bullet. It very rarely is. Joe Youngblood, LinkedIn profile, shared that SEO trends can be abused and implied that it is a viable strategy if done correctly. I would always do something like SEO under the supervision of a seasoned SEO consultant. This tale happens all too frequently with an SEO trend. What did it do to fix the site? Okay. The company founder shared that they rebranded the website to a new domain, redirecting the old domain to the new one, and focused the site on higher quality content that's relevant to users. They explained less pages plus more quality. A site double point search for the domain shows that Google is now indexing the content, indicating that they are back on track. Takeaways: programmatic SEO can be useful if approached with an understanding of where the line is between good quality and not. I'm going to admit it. I liked it. The information is interesting. Thank you very much. But this is a bit clickbait. The answer is a simple: they move to another domain. Okay, that's not how I get it back or how I got a site de-indexed. It's not de-indexed. It didn't bounce back. The site didn't bounce back. They just made a new page. They changed the name. They changed the brand. They changed everything. And now that is not bouncing back. Okay, that is not bouncing back. It's doing a new thing. It shows how dangerous these things are to do. If you use programmatic SEO like AIO or an agency that says, hey, we can pump out 1,000 articles on your site in 1 month, just pay us a little and we get that with AI and so on. It's not the AI that's a problem. The problem is if the content is bad, Google will de-index you and then you can't be found. Once again, then you will look like this. This is going how your this do you see this here? Bam, nothing. From over 60 million to zero. That's what happens if you do stuff that Google doesn't like. Okay, just so you know. As usual, I love going through these articles. I love learning new stuff, helping you guys, going through it with you. If you like what I do, if you like me going through articles, review papers, research and other stuff, leave a like, leave a comment. The best way you can support the channel is to like the video or to subscribe to the channel. Just 1 or 2 clicks and it helps me out a lot. With that, I wish you all the very, very best. And a new study is out. AI assistants prefer to cite fresher content. 17 million citations analyzed. Now, that is something that I want to find by Ryan Law and Xi Beijia Guan. Ryan Law, let's see. Open later on. Xi Beijia already got. So, do AI assistants like ChatGPT and Perplexity prefer to cite fresh content? We analyzed 17 million citations across 7 AI search platforms to find out. Well, that's going to be curious. Let me just take a sip of water. Stay hydrated, my friends. Now, as we claim to optimize for AI search visibility, I've seen suggestions that we should update pages more frequently to boost the chance of being cited. To test the theory, we used data from Ahrefs Brand Radar to extract 16,975 million cited URLs from across ChatGPT, Perplexity, Gemini, Copilot, AI overviews, and the good old-fashioned organic Google search. We then calculated the average number of days since the cited articles were published using the date the articles were first seen by a crawler, and the average number of days since the cited articles were last updated using the last published date from our Content Explorer database to see if AI assistants really prefer fresher content when compared to traditional Google search. Okay? A shameless self-plug. Key takeaways. Compared to traditional search results, AI assistants prefer citing fresher content. The average age of URLs cited by AI assistants is 1065.7% fresher. Google's AI overviews and organic search results are the most likely to cite older pages. ChatGPT is most likely to cite newer pages. Perplexity and ChatGPT order their in-text references from newest to oldest. Okay, interesting. AI assistants prefer content that is 25.7% fresher. If we average the age of cited URLs in all positions across ChatGPT, Perplexity, Copilot, and Gemini, we get an average time since publication of 1064 days, or 2.9 years. For the organic SERP, the average time since publication is 1432 days, or 3.9 years, 1 full year older. Looking at this alone, it seems that AI assistants have a clear preference for newer URLs, with cited URLs being on average 25.7% fresher than URLs in organic search results. The mathematics behind it, a little graphic to make it easier to understand what the 7 million citations analyzed look like. Okay, as we can see, clearly fresher. We can see the average days since the publication and the average days since last updated. Okay, those are the two differences. Looking at the average time elapsed since articles were last updated, we find a similar story. AI assistants show a preference for more recently updated content, with an average time elapsed since last update of 909 days, compared with 1047 days for the organic SERP, a smaller difference of 30.1%. Google SERPs and AI overviews show the strongest preference for older content. If we break the data out, we get a clearer idea of the freshness preference of each AI assistant and search platform. Google's top 3 AI overview citations show the strongest preference for older content, with the average cited article being over 1,432 days, 3.9 years old, and last updated 1,047 days, 2.9 years ago. Very close to the average age of URLs in Google Organic SERP. Perplexity's in-text citations show the next strongest preference for older content, 1,166 days, followed by Gemini, 1,118 days, then Copilot, 1,056 days, then ChatGPT's in-text references, 1,023 days, and citations, 958 days. Okay, so here we see where it is placed, where we see it, and the average. It's average, yes, average age of that URL of that page that is cited. Okay. Again, blue is when the page was created, red is when it was updated last time. When it was published and when it was updated. Here's the data in table form. Don't take a look at it. You can pause the video if you are curious about it. ChatGPT shows the strongest preference for fresh content. If we use the organic search results as a baseline, we can more easily see the extent to which AI assistant prefers to cite newer content. Focusing on the days elapsed since publishing, ChatGPT shows the strongest preference for new content, preferring to cite URLs that are 393 days newer than organic Google results in their in-text references. And a whopping 558 days newer in the citations. Okay. Compared to the organic SERP, all AI assistants show a clear preference for fresher content, except Google's AI overviews, which cites content that is 16 days older on average. Okay. Average age of cited pages compared to traditional SERP results. Only Google AIO has older stuff in the results. Okay. Here's the data. Again, I'll wait a second so you can pause and look at it. Here too, for the table. Also, the link to the article will be in the description below as usual. Perplexity seems to order citations from newer to older. We can also see how the age of cited URLs varies by their position. Here's the graph showing the average time since publication for positions 1 through 10. The organic SERP results suggest that older results are more likely to appear in high-ranking positions, while the AI assistants each show a relatively flat trend, with most cited URLs being relatively close in age. Average days since publication for cited URLs. Here we go. Google I/O top 3. They didn't have more, and then for the age afterwards. Okay, organic SERP, days older and the newer. Okay. Interesting. Perplexity. It likes newer, and then the further down we go, the bit older they can be. Gemini is again, okay. Gemini and Copilot seem to like older stuff first, and then the worst places are older. Okay. As you can see, how high it is how many days have passed. Looking at the average time since cited articles were last updated, both ChatGPT's and Perplexity's in-text references follow the same citation pattern, similarly ordering references from newest to oldest. Average days since last update for cited URLs. Yep. That's interesting. Older goes first fresh, then older, and then newer, and then older again. But some go a very different way. Quite interesting. I mean, the question is it causation or is it just correlation? As we've seen in many other videos, there seem to be many other points that are relevant, but it's still one thing to consider. This pattern is clearer if we look at the correlation between the order of cited URLs and their age, excluding AI overviews. Most platforms show a negative correlation between citation and content age, suggesting that older content is usually cited first and ranked higher in the organic SERPs. But Perplexity and ChatGPT's references both show a positive correlation between citation order and content age, with newer content being cited first. This seems like intentional age-related ordering in their in-text references. Okay. Correlation between position and average URL. So I need to be older to be in the better sort place. I need to be in the better sort place to be considered for the AI. But if I'm considered, it will list the youngest ones, the freshest ones first. Interesting. Quite an interesting take. Final thoughts. When compared to traditional search results, AI assistants seem to have a preference for citing newer, fresher content. To improve your LLM visibility, there may be some benefit to regularly updating content. But I can't say this without issuing a few caveats and cautions. The average age of cited ages is still 2.9 years. Like traditional search, AI assistants still prefer citing long-lived content. Google is the least influenced by content freshness, and Google is still where the majority of searches happen. Google's John Mueller has warned against updating published dates without any corresponding changes in the page content. Content freshness is one among many factors that influence visibility. Low quality, irrelevant content that's updated every day will not have a magic positive effect on your visibility in AI search. Every choice has an opportunity cost, and I suspect that most brands will see better results from creating new high-quality content than they will from committing resources to extremely frequent content updating. Comment or feedback on this research, let me know in LinkedIn. Ryan Law, Director of Content Marketing at Ahrefs. Ryan has 13 years of experience as writer and content strategist. Cool. I like that article. Well done. Yes, I will follow you. So I think you can send people that something was well done. I think we should spread more positivity in the world. Again, if you like what I do, if I go through news, trends, research papers, all in the topics of marketing, be it email marketing, SEO, web development, social media, content creation, and so on. If you like what I do and you want to support the channel, leave a like, subscribe to the channel. It's just 1 or 2 clicks. It's the best way that you can help this channel out. And with that, we're going right up to the next article.
Yeah, I was curious because I've personally, and with a few agencies that I talked to that advised, it was like they see a huge potential in these TikTok ads, and they were like, okay, how can we convince the people to go into this area?
Yeah.
And it's like too many, they think, no, we don't know if that's good for our company or not. Should we not? And I think it's like the same thing over and over and over again. It was with Google ads at first. People, I don't know if I should go into it. And it was Facebook ads. I don't know if I should go. Now it's TikTok, and it will be the same in 5. I think it's very much of a trust issue.
Let's start. First clip. Researchers discover how to SEO for AI search. In the sense of, how do I set up my website, web pages, the SEO stuff in a way that I'm being found in AI search. I tested multiple AI search optimization strategies and discovered how to boost visibility in AI search rankings. Highlights: researchers from Princeton University, Georgia Tech, Allen Institute for AI, and IIT Delhi tested 9 ways to optimize for AI search engines. Okay. For those who are curious why, it's extremely important. We've got a huge chunk of traffic is not coming into the pages anymore because of AI overview in Google and Bing, and LLM chat agents like ChatGPT, Gemini, and so on. So people just write in their queries in there, and we don't get the visitors to our pages anymore. And as businesses know, no visitors means less customers who know about our brand. So important, how do we get people still to be on our page? And even more important, how do we get AI to mention our pages, link to our pages, or mention our brands and companies and services and so on. So let's go through it. Researchers successfully improved visibility of low-ranked sites to outrank big corporate sites that usually dominate search results. 3 methods for optimizing AI search engines improved visibility better than other ways. Some methods worked best for specific knowledge domains like legal, people in society, etc., showing how different topics require specific methods to boost visibility. Written by Roger Monti. Good articles. He's quite often writing something nice. So let's go through. Researchers tested multiple ways to optimize a website for AI search and discovered exactly what to do in order to boost visibility. They successfully increased visibility of smaller, low-ranked websites by 115%, giving them the ability to outrank larger corporate sites that normally dominated the top of the search results. Okay, this sounds good. I'm curious, are they talking about the AI overview in Google and in Bing, or are they talking about the LLM and chatbots? I think it's important to make a difference between those two things, but we'll see. Maybe it's not important, we'll see. The researchers from Princeton University, Georgia Tech, Allen Institute for AI, and IIT Delhi observed that the generative engine optimization technique called GEO was able to boost visibility in general by up to 40%. 9 techniques for optimizations were tested across multiple knowledge domains, like legal, history, science, etc., and they discovered which ones worked, which ones did nothing, and which approaches actually made rankings worse. Okay, that's cool. Always good to know what not to do. Of particular interest is that some of the techniques worked especially well for specific knowledge domains, while 3 worked particularly well across all kinds of sites. These articles nowadays, they repeat themselves again and again. I'm not sure if it's for the bots, for the crawlers. Is it just AI written? Sometimes it feels like I'm reading an article and I read the same stuff 3 or 4 times. But well, let's go through it. The researchers underlined the ability of GEO to democratize top of the search results, writing, "This finding underscores the potential of GEO as a tool to democratize the digital space." Importantly, many of these lower ranked websites are often created by small content creators or independent businesses who traditionally struggle to compete with larger corporations that dominate the top rankings in search engine results. Okay. Tested on Perplexity AI. The researchers tested in the Perplexity AI search engine and on an AI search engine modeled on Bing Chat, and they found that the results were similar to those of the engine modeled on Bing Chat. In section 6 of the research paper, they observe, "We find, similar to our generative engine quotation addition performs the best in we find, similar to our generative engine, quotation addition performs the best in position adjusted word count with a relative improvement of 22% over the baseline. Further, methods that performed well in our generative engine, such as site sources, statistics addition, show high improvements of up to 9% and 37% on the 2 metrics. Tested on AI search modeled on Bing Chat. The researchers tested the methods on a generative search engine they created that was modeled on the Bing chat workflow, and they also tested it on Perplexity.ai, an AI search engine. They write, we describe a generative engine which includes several backend generative models and a search engine for source retrieval. A generative engine, GE, takes as input a user query, QU, and returns a natural language response R, where PU represents personalized user information such as preferences and history. Generative engines are comprised of two crucial components. A set of generative models G is G1, T10 up to Gn, each serving a specific purpose like query reformulation or summarization. Okay? And B, a search engine SE that returns a lot of sources. S is like S to SM, given a query queue. Okay. What does that mean? Just to like make it a bit easier. It means that we've got the model that has different stuff in it, like different modules and stuff that take care of different aspects of how to rewrite the query, how to search for it, what are things that we need, what are the summaries. All of these things can be in the backend, so to speak, different modules that take care of stuff. When I look for a query like what are best shoes, the model takes it and says, well, maybe this one query isn't enough. We need more queries like what are the best running shoes? What are the best outdoor shoes? What are the best shoes 2025 for men? And that's, for example, one module, G1 or G2, and then another one gets a result and says, okay, we have this text or string, summarize it. So a generative model, the set of all of these models are G, like no matter how many modules in the backend they have. And the search engine gives us all the results like page 1, page 2, page 3, and so on. We present a representative workflow which at the time of writing closely resembles the design of Bing Chat. This workflow breaks down the input query into a set of simpler queries that are easier to consume for the search engine. Search queries used for testing. The researchers created a benchmark from 9 different sources containing 10,000 search queries across multiple knowledge domains and different levels of complexity. For example, some of the queries required reasoning to solve the answers. The research paper explains. And guys and girls, if you want me to go through that research paper in more detail, leave a comment or just write something about it. I'll link it in the video below on YouTube, of course. But just so you know, if you want me to go deep diving through the statistics and methodology, just leave me a comment. We can do that in the next live session if you want to. Maybe not the next, but one of the next ones. So, the research paper explains the Curated GeoBench, a benchmark consisting of 10,000 queries from multiple sources, repurposed for generative engines along with synthetically generated queries. The benchmark includes queries from 9 different sources, each further categorized based on the target domain, difficulty, query intent, and other dimensions. Here's a list of the 9 search query sources. 1. MS Macro. 2. Orcus 1. 3. Natural questions. 4. All souls. This dataset contains okay, just being distracted by the chats. Okay, sorry guys, just let me read further. Lima, no, we were at All Souls. This dataset contains essay questions from All Souls College, Oxford University. Lima contains challenging questions requiring generative engines to not only aggregate information but also perform suitable reasoning to answer the questions. 6. Da Vinci Deptate. Not sure. 7. Perplexity AI Discover. These queries are sourced from Perplexity AI's Discover section, which is an updated list of trending queries. ALI 5. This dataset contains questions from the ELI 5. So, already back. Sorry, just getting used to the chat functions and such. Pretty new to this whole thing. So, Eli 5, the dataset contains questions from the Eli 5 subreddit. GPT-4 generated queries to supplement diversity in query distribution. We prompt GPT-4 to generate queries ranging from various domains, e.g. science, history, and based on query intent, e.g. navigational, transactional, and based on difficulty and scope of generated response, e.g. open-ended, fact-based. 9 ranking strategies test out the different approaches work for different kinds of searches, such as law and government, business, science, people and society, health, history, and other topics. They discovered that each kind of niche topic responded well to different optimization strategies. Hey, Dola Vanil, nice to see a single thought on this platform. I hope the content will help you with your business and everything. Glad that I can be of help. So let's continue. They discovered that each kind of niche topic responded well to different optimization strategies. So here again, an important topic that we always will have to face. When people on social media and all these influencers and everyone tells you, oh, strategy X works, no, strategy Y works, always consider in which domain and niche are you and what domain or niche are they talking about. So let's see the 9 authoritative. Changing the writing style to be more persuasive in authoritative claims. Second, keyword optimization, adding more keywords from the search queries. 3, statistics addition, changing existing content to include statistics instead of interpretative information. 4, citing sources, quoting reliable sources. 5, quotation addition, adding quotes and citation from high quality sources. 6, easy to understand, making the content simpler to understand. 7, fluency optimization is about making the content more articulate. 8, unique words, adding words that are less widely used, rare and unique, but without changing the meaning of the content. And 9, technical terms. This strategy adds both unique and technical terms wherever it makes sense to do so and without changing the meaning of the content. Which methods worked the best? The top 3 optimization strategies were cite sources, quotation addition, statistics addition. Okay. So cite sources, quotation addition, and statistics addition. Interesting. Those 3 strategies achieved relative improvements of 30 to 40% compared to the baselines. The researchers wrote about the success of these strategies. These methods, which involve adding relevant statistics addition, incorporating credible quotes, quotation addition, and including citations from reliable sources, cite sources, in the website content, require minimal changes to the actual content itself. Yet, they significantly improve the website's visibility in generative engine responses, enhancing both the credibility and richness of the content. Okay. Get ready for many articles to drop, even more citations and statistics in the future, but good to know that it worked. You can go through all old articles of yours and easily implement it. The fluency optimization and easy to understand methods were also useful for improving visibility by 15 to 30%. Not bad, not a bad value. These results were interpreted by the researchers to show how AI search engines valued both the content and the presentation of the content. Okay. What optimization strategies did not work? What did not work? The researchers were surprised to discover that using persuasive and authoritative tones in the content did not generally improve rankings in AI search engines, not as well as the other approaches. Okay. So just claiming stuff or having a tone of an authority with, hey, we know what we're talking about, seems, according to this paper, to not be that good. Similarly, the method of adding more keywords from the search query into the content didn't work either. In fact, keyword optimization performed worse than the baseline by 10%. Optimizations work differently across knowledge domains. Okay, now let's go into the fine grain. as interesting finding in the report is that which kind of optimization worked best depended on the knowledge domain, legal, government, science, history, etc. They found that content related to the historical domain ranked better when the authoritative optimization was applied, where more persuasive language was used. The citation optimization, where the content was improved with citations from authoritative sources, sorry guys, my tongue, worked significantly best for factual search queries. Adding statistics worked well for law and government related questions. Statistics also worked well for opinion questions, where a searcher asks the AI about its opinion about something. Okay, so interesting. How I read that. How I read it is that the AI that searches for the answers of the queries has an understanding of the intention and the mindset of the one asking these things. For example, if I asked for statistics and government data and law, then I want to have hard facts. That's really interesting. Citation, of course, where I want just facts. Because, well, the more citation I have, the more factual the source will be. I think that's an interesting something to really reflect upon. What is my content? What is my domain? And what would be the most persuasive for the kind of people in their mindset that look for the kind of stuff that I have as content? And then deliver that kind of proof to them, depending on what their proof is, what they need to believe in from a human perspective, because the AI seems to make a model of those people and what they would most likely like to read about, or which way they want to be persuaded. The researchers observed this suggests that the incorporation of data-driven evidence can enhance the visibility of a website, in particular contexts, especially these. Adding quotations worked well for the people in society, explanation, and history knowledge domains. The researchers interpreted those results to mean that perhaps the AI search engine prefers authenticity and depth for these kind of questions. The researchers concluded that making domain-specific optimizations were the best approach to take. Low-ranked websites improved rankings with GEO. The good news from this research is that normally low-ranked websites will benefit from these strategies for optimizing for AI search engines. And guys, you should implement it fast, because the big corporations will be using it soon enough too. So, they concluded, interestingly, websites that are ranked lower in SERP, which typically struggle to gain visibility, benefit significantly more from GEO than those ranked higher. For instance, the site sources method led to a substantial 115.1% increase in visibility for websites ranked 5th in SERP, while on average the visibility of the top-ranked website decreased by 30.3%. Okay. The application of geo methods presents an opportunity for these small content creators to significantly improve their visibility in generative engine responses. By enhancing their content using geo, they can reach a wider audience, thereby leveling the playing field and allowing them to compete more effectively with larger corporations in the digital space. Okay. Game changer for SEO. This research study shows a new path for SEO when it comes to AI-based search engines. Those who said that AI search was going to defeat SEO spoke too early. This research appears to show that SEO will eventually evolve to become geo in order to compete in the next generation of AI search engines. I am not completely sure about that last sentence. I'm going to be honest. You will see a lot of articles, a lot of reviews, a lot of data and papers and research on my channel that seems to indicate, for now at least, that SEO is nowhere to be gone or nowhere that. It's still one of the most important factors in how to get into AI is to be ranked well on Google or Bing or the search engines. It is still one of the fundamental rules. You need to be positioned well and ranked well in the SERPs, and for that you need SEO. You need search engine optimization, or you're not in that game. But overall, interesting task. Roger Monti, like your article. As usual, link to the article below in the description. Wait, can I? Yeah. Just making sure I have the link to the video, saving it aside. And with that, guys, this article is over. We're going to jump right over to the next. For the guys watching this clip, if you want to support this channel, the best method to do that is leave a like, subscribe to the channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks, but it's the very best way you can support this channel. Link to my newsletter below, so you can stay informed about events, Q&A sessions, whatever. And with that, I wish you all the best.
I love how you've got 2 parts in your content often. It's like, okay, the news cycle of daily stuff where it's like, okay, what happened right now? What is the important things that are going on in the economy? But you always take time to explain in simple terms for the viewer, like, okay, what is behind it? What is inflation? What is deflation? What are the different movements in the markets? What are the different cycles that we go through? I think that's a very nice thing, because a lot of channels or a lot of educators in that area are either very high in the technicalities where, like, if I'm a beginner, I don't understand 90% of the terms and I can't follow him, and the others focus too much on the basics. So it's like, if you know already some stuff, it's like a bit boring and they take too much time. I think you're treading a very great line when it comes to that.
So, next article. Google. Okay. Yep, now we got it. So, brands dominate. Okay. Since a few of you have the question about the difference of robots.txt against llms.txt, I'll be going through it a bit in more depth, like very short, but a bit more in depth. Okay, so let's see the differences here. Okay, robots.txt and so, what are the differences? Can you guys see it? I should make it bigger, huh? So, like that. Okay. Yeah, kind of good enough. Who cares? So, this, what symbol do we need? Doesn't matter. Controls, search engines. Okay. Robots.txt tells Google, Bing, DuckDuckGo, all the others, how are the crawlers, the bots that these sites use, how are they supposed to behave? And we give them information about our website. Like, hey, here are the pages I want you to look at. Here are the pages that I don't want you to look at. Because, for example, my login page for my member site, that login page does not need ever to be seen as a search result on any of these pages. So those are then no indexed, for example. So basic view, robots.txt, how do I want the search engine to behave? LLMS text is for LLMs getting content and context. Okay? LLMS.txt is an idea that the industry right now has. It's not set in right now, as usual when things change a lot, and with the whole AI search thing and so on. We don't have real standards yet. It's just some pages have it already, some started it, it's been discussed in the SEO space and so on. Okay, so who reads robots? Let's see, can I get a little list? Nah, I don't like this. Let's keep it simple. So controls, for you as a reminder again. Who reads it? Bing, Google, DuckDuckGo, etc. Okay? For this, who reads it? ChatGPT, Grok, what else does exist? Yeah, I'm sure there are many, like Gemini, Gemini, and so on. Like, sorry, I don't have all the names. Okay. Let me give it over here. So, this is one of the biggest, most fundamental differences when it comes to this, okay? The robots.txt blocks the bots from accessing the wrong pages. The LLMs.txt is supposed to make the LLM not use up as much server bandwidth of our server, and it's supposed to make it easier for the LLM to know the information. For example, we all have a lot of ads, menu bars, impressum, all these other little imprint in English, and all these other little things on our page. And maybe that could confuse an LLM what this page is about or what the important informations are about. And so we give them the LLMs.txt and say, hey, this page, this blog article is about blah, 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 blah. And here's the short summary and here the information of that page. We can do it with a short summary. We can do it with just the bare bone text. We don't need to design it. We don't need any CSS style scripts, nothing like that, okay? Location for both is in the domain, like in the main folder of the domain root, basically. And that's for now how it's being used. Root robots.standard, but a lot of people seem to argue for it. Also, recently, John Mueller from Google had a few words to speak about the LLMs.txt and how the header are supposed and everything. So you can watch that little article that I had somewhere. It will be shown. If you guys want a more video that goes in depth of robots.txt against LLMs.txt, I hope that helps for now, for a short overview. And if you like the channel, if you want to support, please like the video, subscribe to the channel. That's the best way you can help me and support this channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks for you. And if you want any more information, somewhere now a few videos will be appearing. Wish you the best, guys. Yep, now we got it. So, brands dominate Google AI mode, struggling AI overviews. Study. This sounds interesting. Shared by Danny Goodwin. All right. Google's AI search now runs in 2 modes. New data shows how brand presence, stability, and citations differ. Google's AI search splits into 2 distinct modes, AI mode and AI overview, and brands can't treat them the same. That's the key takeaway from a new analysis of thousands of prompts shared exclusively with search engine land by enterprise SEO platform BrightEdge. Why exclusively? I would love to have that data. By the number. AI mode. Brands show up in 90% of responses, surfacing 3.8 times more unique brands. AI overviews. Brands are mentioned 43% of the time in responses, and there's 30 times higher week-to-week volatility. Citations. AI mode leans on 5 to 7 source cards. AI overviews have 20 plus inline citations per response. Okay. AI mode versus AI overview. Same strategy, different thresholds. Responses that mentions brands. AI mode has 90%, AI overview 43%. Why we care? Search is no longer about rankings, it's about presence. AI mode appears to give brands a reliable, wide-reaching platform. Meanwhile, AI overviews are more volatile, but you may be able to learn where Google's algorithm is heading. Okay, what's happening? This is the split brands need to understand according to BrightEdge. AI mode, a broad, stable discovery engine. Lower entry barriers, predictable patterns. AI overview, a selective, fast-shifting curator. Heavy citation density, a testing ground for visibility. What they're saying, Jim Yu, founder and executive chair at BrightEdge, said the reality of AI search in 2025 is one strategy with 2 different expressions of value. The difference in brand inclusion, opposite volatility patterns reveals Google's dual approach. AI mode, your opportunity, build content that works for both. Comprehensive enough for AI mode's breadth, authoritative enough for AI overview selectivity. Okay, that's it. No, that's it. Ah, come on, man. Come on. Come on. What's that? That's it? Like, man, come on. Where's the blog? My paper research reports. Let's see if we find anything. No, no, nothing. Yeah, brand visibility. This is it. This is what I wanted. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Let's go through it in full detail. That will take a bit. Brand visibility, ChatGPT and Google AI approaches by industry, where similarities lie and different user paths appear. Great. I will link the article below too, just so you know, so you can read it yourself. Today we released new research revealing a critical turning point in the evolution of search. ChatGPT and Google AI mode increasingly reveal two distinct paths when users ask how to take actions. ChatGPT's task-first approach contrasts sharply with Google's information-first model, highlighting not just a technical difference, but a pivotal shift in how consumers find, trust, and act online. Analyzing thousands of real-world prompts across four major industries: finance, healthcare, B2B technology, and education, Bright Edge found that ChatGPT and Google AI mode disagree primarily when queries are action-driven. For task-oriented prompts, ChatGPT overwhelmingly suggests tools and apps directly, while Google continues to link to informational content. We are at a critical turning point in the evolution of search. ChatGPT and Google AI mode are increasingly taking two distinct paths when users ask how to take action. AI search is no longer one thing, it's splitting into at least two distinct philosophies. Tim Yu, founder and CEO of Bright Edge. For brands to thrive in this evolving AI landscape, understanding how models interpret and utilize content is crucial. ChatGPT, with its trusted coach approach, processes information differently than Google's AI, particularly for bottom-of-funnel questions that demand immediate utility. But most critically, with Google still commanding approximately 90% of Google's search market share, brands cannot afford to choose between AI optimization and traditional search presence, nor can they use disparate solutions to address each platform piecemeal. They need a comprehensive solution that excels across the entire search ecosystem. Yeah. ChatGPT and Google disagree on how to act. Our research reveals a clear pattern across industries. When users compare options, both platforms tend to disagree. Surfaces products, apps, and task-based tools, and Google surfaces guides, articles, and institutional content. ChatGPT's task-first approach contrasts sharply with Google's information-first model, highlighting not just a technical difference, but a pivotal shift in how consumers find, trust, and act online. In task-oriented prompts, ChatGPT overwhelmingly suggests tools and apps directly, a trusted coach for decision-making, and that difference shapes which tool users instinctively choose for different needs. ChatGPT and Google AI, similarity in approaches split when users want to take action. When users compare options, when users want to make actions. Similarity and divergence in responses. Interesting. Really interesting. Look at that. Such a big difference. Like in healthcare, 60% in B2B tech, 55 in education, 53. Surprisingly, the lowest in finance. Key research findings by industry. Healthcare shows highest divergence. At 62% divergence, healthcare demonstrates the most significant split between platforms. When prompts pertain to symptoms or medical information, both ChatGPT and Google will mention the CDC and the Mayo Clinic. However, when prompted to help with things like how to find a doctor, ChatGPT pushes users towards ZocDoc, while Google points to hospital directories. B2B technology follows close behind. With 47% divergence, B2B tech shows substantial platform differences. When comparing technologies such as cloud platforms, both suggest AWS and Azure. When asked how to deploy things such as specific apps, ChatGPT relies on tools like Kubernetes and AWS CLI, while Google offers tutorials and Stack Overflow. Education sector demonstrates consistent patterns. At 45% divergence, education follows the same trend. When comparing best online learning platforms, both platforms surface Coursera, edX, and LinkedIn Learning. When a user's prompt pertains to learning a skill, such as how to learn Python, ChatGPT recommends Udemy, whereas Google redirects users to user-generated content hubs like GitHub and Medium. Finance shows lowest but still significant divergence. Even at 39% divergence, finance maintains the pattern. When comparing best credit cards, both suggest major institutions like Chase, Wells Fargo, and Citi. When asked for how to create a budget, ChatGPT pushes to apps like Mint and YNAB, while Google drives users to NerdWallet and blog articles. Implications for industry marketers. The findings reveal a fundamental shift in how AI platforms approach user intent, creating new challenges and opportunities for marketers. With Google maintaining a 90% market share, while key players like ChatGPT continue to grow, brands face the imperative of optimizing for multiple distinct AI philosophies rather than a single search paradigm. The pattern is unmistakable. When users ask what to do next, ChatGPT suggests tools while Google provides more content to read. This divergence forces marketers to reconsider the content strategies, moving beyond traditional SEO to embrace intent-aware AI optimization. Two different paths. Google AI has a research assistant, ChatGPT a trusted coach. Google Path, research assistant, information-first approach, links to information content, guides, and articles. ChatGPT, trusted coach, task-first approach, suggests tools and apps, products, and task-based tools. Example, prompt, what are some resources to help plan for retirement? The prompt above illustrates how ChatGPT offers tools and calculators which are very specific, whereas Google selects topics to research, government agencies, and stuff that we can read into. While on ChatGPT we get directly some tools that we can click on to calculate and stuff. For brands to thrive in this evolving landscape, understanding how these new models interpret and utilize content becomes crucial. ChatGPT's trusted coach approach processes information differently than Google's AI, especially when answering bottom-of-funnel questions that demand immediate utility. This distinction requires developing content that optimizes performance across both AI environments and beyond. The path forward. This is precisely where Bright Edge's AI Catalyst provides an unparalleled advantage. Rely to track your AI, that is their tool, it's cool. If you want to read it, you can see in the description below. Download now. Yep, I want to get the whole thing in detail. So with that interesting takeaway, really interesting takeaway. ChatGPT is more directly giving you tools, stuff, and everything, while Google is more information driven. What does that mean? Well, for me, it immediately means I will focus a bit more on creating specific tools that are free for my clients, for my potential clients that might be interesting. It's not more detailed. It's the same. It's just okay. Shame. I'll still link to it below in the description below. But that's a bit of a shame. I had hoped that it would be more detailed. So, with that, I hope you enjoy what I do, that I go through articles, papers, studies, research in marketing, be it SEO, be it search, be it content creation, email marketing, web development, all these different things that are very intertwined. If you like what I do, if you want to support the channel, leave a link, subscribe to the channel. It's just 1 or 2 links for you. It's free, it costs you nothing, and it helps this channel tremendously. And with that, I thank you all very much and jump right up to the next article. Hey guys, stumbled upon another interesting article that I want to go through with you all on. Google says normal SEO works for ranking in AI overview and LLMs.txt won't be used. So let's go through it. Written by Barry Schwartz. Google said it won't be crawling your LLMs.txt files and just do normal SEO if you want to rank in its AI overviews. Google's Gary Illyes, I hope I'm pronouncing the name correctly, recently said the .txt files that have become a popular topic in the SEO space. He said this at Google's own Search Central deep dive event in the Asia Pacific region yesterday. For those who don't know what LLMs.txt are, it's content of the different pages are. So it is in the root folder and it describes 4 AI bots to understand what is the content on this page. So it doesn't get distracted by other elements like the menu, ads, and so on. And it is kind of being debated if it works, if it doesn't work. It's not robots.txt. I made a video describing the difference between those two. If you want, I hope, link below, link somewhere. But let's go on. Normal SEO for AI overviews. Kenichi Suzuki was at the event and he posted on LinkedIn, to get your content to appear in AI overviews, simply use normal SEO practices. You don't need GEO, LLMO, or anything else. This makes sense. In order for Google to get content for AI overviews, they need to be crawled by Googlebot and indexed by Google Search. How Google Search normally ingests content is how it also works for AI within Google Search. Yeah. It's true, Google already said like, hey, we've been using AI for over a decade to analyze your pages, the content and so on, with Mom, with the algorithm of Mom and everything. They've been doing that for many years already. So do normal SEO if you want to appear in AI overviews. By the way, also made videos about how your ranking and appearing in the AI overviews correlates. We'll link it below too. LLMs.txt not for Google. Kenichi Suzuki also posted on LinkedIn that during a Q&A session yesterday, Gary Illyes said he and isn't planning to. It doesn't mean that other AI engines won't be doing that. Ray Martinez posted a screenshot of his log file showing how OpenAI is crawling his LLMs.txt file every 15 minutes or so. He posted this screenshot on X and wrote, log file analysis shows that OpenAI crawls my LLMs.txt file on a few sites. It's pinging our servers every 15 minutes looking for freshness. This is all while John Mueller from Google said that no AI system is currently using the LLMs.txt file. I mean, that was weeks ago and things change fast in the AI world. Why we care? When it comes to Google, it appears normal SEO is important. As Lily Ray wrote, AI search is booming, but SEO is still not that. Do normal SEO to rank well within Google's AI platform. Will those lead to clicks is another story. And LLMs.txt is a topic we covered here a lot, and it seems Google won't be using that text file anytime soon. Barry Schwartz, nice article. I would have liked a bit more information if possible, but I like the article nevertheless, so let's connect. Yeah, want to follow him. I hope he's still posting. So many are like, by the way, if you want to follow me, feel free. I have almost no one. X and Twitter doesn't work for me really, sadly. That's just the way it is. So back to this. A few important things. You find multiple videos on my channel about this, like what are LLMs, also how it seems that ChatGPT is using Google AI overview as a fallback. If it doesn't find index pages and information, it uses Google. It seems in a few tests that seemed to show that. So ranking and SEO factors are absolutely important. I also recently found an article about how your SERP ranking influences how likely you are in the AI. If you don't know, I have my own marketing agency. That's why I always stay to be in the loop, find the newest, freshest informations, learn everything that I can, and then decided to share all of that with you, prepare and reflect on the information, add my experience and a bit extra. To subscribe to the channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks, helps this channel a lot. If you want to support it, it's the best support you can give. New videos should be popping up already in the corners. And with that, I wish you all the very, very best. So Amazon has completely pulled out of Google Ads, it seems. Just found a little LinkedIn article about it. I already have you already find other stuff on my channel about it. You can just look at it. Not sure if it's going to be. I haven't read it yet. There was a link in an article that I wrote. Let's go through it together. Amazon has made a dramatic international exit from product advertising on Google Shopping. They are a massive source of revenue for Google parent Alphabet Inc. and also serve as a tide that lifts all boats in terms of auction prices. So this has to stink. Lockdowns, which coincided with a 20% drop in cost per click. Bear in mind there were many confounding variables. That's why I say coincided. The question right now is why? Because knowing why is the only way we can assess the next question. For how long? Amazon has been cooling on Google Shopping for quite some time, about a year at this point. However, is there a particular sticking point related to Amazon's own ad ambitions? Something about AI? A channel efficacy for Amazon? I don't think it's efficacy. I've long argued that Amazon uses Google Shopping ads as a Trojan horse. Google can't help but swallow the ad revenue. It's too alluring. And yet there's the constant risk that Amazon is stealing future product searches and bringing them into their own platform. Whatever the cause, the news of Amazon exit is sure to make competing retailers rejoice. However, it might be less exciting for brand change in strategic investment. Let me know your thoughts. Okay? Interesting. Well, this will be interesting. I don't think that this is worthy of its own clip. Gotta admit, I don't think that this is worth its own clip, so this won't be posted.
For me to work for a startup or not? What would you say? We've seen it in India or other.
Stop retrofitting. Start commissioning the new role of SEO in the age of AI. Learn why the SEO role must evolve from building. In most of its history, SEO has been a reactive discipline, being asked to make it rank once a site is built with little input into the process. Even crazier, most SEO professionals are assigned a set of key performance indicators for which they are accountable, metrics tied to visibility, engagement of disconnected teams, including content, engineering, brand, and product, which don't always share the same objectives. As I said it before, and as I often say, I think this is a sign of this. Everybody's got to niche down to be more professional, it seems. And now you have a client who suddenly has contact with 4, 5, 6 different agencies, a TikTok agency, a web designer, an SEO agency, an email marketing agency, in none of these fields. And a lot of the synergetic energy of the results is lost. And now instead of being bigger than the sum of the parts, like 5 agencies, you don't have 5 times more. Also with my agency, say, no, we're going to take responsibility for that. We take care of your marketing. We don't do everything on our own, but we analyze and we take the project coordination. We set up all the details with all the different agencies and with everything so that we know all of the different stuff. It's also one of the main reasons why I keep web development to web accessibility to email marketing, SMS marketing, and so on. Because being informed is important to be good enough to talk to the top experts and coordinate the 3 or 4 or 5 different agencies to reach and achieve the best result for the client. But let's go on. When my previous agency, Global Strategies, was acquired by Ogilvy, I recommended that our team be viewed as building inspectors, not just an SEO package upsell added at the end, but involved at key phases when architects, engineers, and trade work well for this kind of stuff. Ideally, we'd come in after the site framing, wireframes was complete, reviewing the plumbing, information architecture, electrical, navigation and links, and foundation, technical performance, but before the drywall and paint obscured what lies beneath. We would validate that the right materials were used and that construction followed the standard fit for long-term performance. However, in reality, we were rarely invited into the planning stages because that was creative, and we were just SEO. We were usually brought in only after launch, tasked with fixing what had already been buried behind a visually appealing design. Despite fighting for it, I was never a complete fan of this model. It made sense in the early days of search when websites were simple and titles, fixed broken links, and retrofitted pages with keywords and internal links. That said, I have long advocated for eliminating the need for most SEO actions by integrating the fixes into the roles and workflows that initially broke them. A good SEO, a lot of stuff that I see where a company hires our agency or me to take care of SEO is, in my opinion, not even the job of an SEO. It should be a good web dev who does that. And that they miss at the construction phase of the page to do and implement best practices for SEO is kind of a shame. But let's go on. Same with web accessibility. Like, man, it should be a standard. It should be absolutely standard things SEO2 for web devs. And I say it again and again, you guys and girls, over 60-70% had the wrong header structure. Just the basics of H1, H2, H3, H4 did not work because the H structure was used for design elements so that the font was looking nice. And it was completely, schematics were completely effed up. So, through education, process change, and content management systems, CMS innovation, much of what design, development, or content creation. It was easier to assign SEO the role of cleanup crew rather than bake best practices into upstream systems and roles. We worked around CMS limitations, cleaned up after redesigns, and tried to reverse engineer what AI-driven search environment obsolete. Search has changed. Our role must too. Search engines today do far more than index and rank web pages. They extract answers, synthesize responses, and generate real-time content previews. What used to be a linear search journey, query, list of links, website, has become voice responses. Traditional SEO tactics, indexability, content relevance, and backlinks still matter in this environment, but only as part of a larger system. The new currency of visibility is semantic clarity. Machine learning requires us to transition from being just an inspector to becoming the commissioning authority, CXA, to meet the demands of this shift. What is a commissioning authority? In modern architecture and construction, a commissioning authority is a specialized professional who ensures that all buildings they are brought in not just to inspect, but also to validate, test, and orchestrate the performance. A commissioning authority. I like that term. They work on behalf of the building owner, aligning the construction output with and documentation. They are not passive checkers. They are active enablers of success. Commissioning authority. I like that word. Why SEO needs commissioning authorities? The modern website is no longer a standalone asset. It is a network of interconnected systems, content strategy, CMS structure, design and front-end frameworks, analytics and tagging layers, schema and structured data, internationalization and localization, page speed and core web vitals, AI answer optimization. Today's SEO, or whatever the latest alphabet soup acronym du jour is, and especially tomorrow, must be commissioning authority for these systems. That means being involved at the blueprint stage, not just post-launch, advocating for search visibility as a performance outcome, ensuring that semantic signals, not just visual elements, are embedded in every page, testing and validating that the site performs within this evolved CXA role is that of the relevance engineer, a concept and term introduced by Mike King of iPullRank. Mike has been one of the most vocal and insightful leaders on the transformation of SEO in the AI era. And this view is clear. The discipline must fundamentally evolve, both in practice and in how it is positioned within organizations. Cool. I personally think the whole of marketing has considered this to be more of a holistic approach of constructing a house where you say, yeah, you need the different people, but you also need someone who's overlooking all of these different people and knows enough of each of these traits to be able to judge if they did their work well or not. And to tell them, hey, listen, the plumber needs to do this. Your electrical plant, they don't work. Please adapt this. You two talk to each other. Oh, I see this problem will come up in this and this step of the construction. No. Yeah, Mike King's perspective underscores that treating AI-driven search as simply an extension of traditional SEO is dangerously misguided. Instead, we must ballistic rankings rather than deterministic keyword-based tactics. The relevance engineer ensures each content element is structured and chunked for generative AI consumption. Content addresses layered user intent from informational to transact. Site's architecture supports passage-level understanding and AI summarization. In many ways, the relevance engineer is the semantic strategist of the SEO team, working hand in hand with designers, developers, and content creators to ensure that relevance is not assumed but engineered. Plumbing, HVAC, and automation systems function individually and operate cohesively within an innovative building environment. Relevance engineering is more than a title, it's a mindset shift. It emphasizes that SEO must now live at the intersection of information science, user experience, and machine interpretability. From inspector to CXA, how the role shifts. SEO pillar. Old role, new role. Old role, billing inspector. New role, commissioning authority. Indexability. Old, past, patch in keywords post-launch. New role, map content to entity models and query intent upfront, guided by relevance engineer. Authority. Old, chase links to weak content. New, build a structured reputation and concept ownership. Clickability. Old, tweak titles and meta descriptions. New, structure content for AI previews, snippets, and clarity into the initial design. Well, all of that sounds nice so far. So, looking ahead, the next generation of SEO. As AI continues to reshape search behavior, SEO pros must adapt again. We will need to understand how content is deconstructed and repackaged by large language models. For that, I've got quite a few videos on my channel for knowledge modeling, not just keyword optimization. Encourage cross-functional integration between content, engineering, design, and analytics. The next generation of SEO leaders will not be optimization specialists. They will be system thinkers, semantic strategists, digital performance architects, storytional, infrastructural, and content change to thrive. They will also be force multipliers. Individuals or teams who amplify content teams, developers, and marketers to do their jobs better and more efficiently. The relevance engineer and commissioning authority roles are not just tactical additions, but strategic leverage points that unlock exponential impact across the digital organization. Okay. Final thoughts. Too much article space has been wasted arguing over what to call this new era. Cultural and intellectual shifts organizations must make to remain competitive in a search environment reshaped by AI. I would go a step further. It's not just search environment. I think the whole field of marketing needs that. It's the same with content creation or with PPC campaigns or with email marketing campaigns. It is not interlinked enough. It is not communicated enough. It is not strategized enough to make a holistic strategy out of it. Suppose we as an industry do not start changing the rules, roles, and mindset now. In that case, we'll again be scrambling when the CEO demands to know why the company missed profitability targets, only to realize we're buying back traffic we should have earned. We've spent 30 years trying to retrofit what others built into something functional for search engines, pushing massive boulders uphill to shift monoliths into integrated digital machines. That era is over. The brands that will thrive in the AI search era are those that elevate SEO from a reactive function to strategic discipline with a seat at the planning table. The professionals who succeed will be those who speak the language of systems, semantics, and sustained performance, and who take an active role in shaping the digital infrastructure. The future of SEO is systems and semantics, and at its core, it will be driven by the precision of relevance engineering and amplified by the force multiplier effect of integrated strategic influence. More resources, written by Bill Hunt. Bill Hunt, I liked your article. I think you didn't go the step further, but I understand you're an SEO expert. Let's see, you got Bill Hunt. Do I already follow you or not? Let's see. For you guys, I think it's really, really extremely important. Yeah, I'm already following him. Well, I already want to say. Same problem of too few. So, I like that article. As usual, you will find the link to the article below. If you like what I do, I go through news, trends, research papers, studies, all kind of fields in the field of marketing, be it SEO, email marketing, content creation, social media, PPC, and so. If you like what I do, consider supporting this channel. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks. It's free, costs you nothing, and it supports this channel tremendously. And if you let this article is over, and we jump right up to the next article. This one. What is content readability and how to make your content easier to read? Well, that sounds interesting, right? It's extremely important to understand this. Written by Julia McCoy. Table of content. Content that doesn't get read is useless. Learn how to create content your audience will read and not just skim. Oh, wow, that's a tough gain from the start. I thought it was just about crawlers that people really read it. Most people only skim stuff. Stay hydrated. Now, content that doesn't get read is useless. So how do you create content? You learn everything from who engages with your content, how much value they get from it, and whether they return to read more. Well, one big issue is so let's go through it this way. If you're in the USA, consider this. 79% of adults in the US are considered literate. Oh, thank God. But that means 25% of adults, or about 43 million people, have low literacy skills. 54% reads at the level below what is typically expected for a 6th grade education, with 20% reading below a 5th grade level. Okay, 98.7. Nearly all adults in the EU can read and write, with most countries reporting rates. For example, I know that this is not perfectly correct. It goes here with literacy, but there are also many who can't read properly. I know that because I went through the stats recently. But let's go on. Let's go on. Read more. So what is content readability? How is it measured? And how can you make your content easier to read? It's all inside this guide. Okay, let's go through it and see how well it works. What is content readability? Content readability measures how easy your content is to read for your audience. Readable content is clear, easy to understand, and easy to skim. On the other hand, content that's hard to read is hard to understand, hard to skim, and unclear. But perhaps the major difference between readable and unreadable content lies in how much value your reader can take away from each one. Readable content effectively conveys information so your reader learns something new, makes a discovery, or solves a problem. Unreadable content fails to do all of this. Your reader can't learn anything from it because the words and sentences themselves fail to make sense. How do you measure content readability? Content readability is both objective and subjective. It's based on an individual's reading level and intelligence, but it's also measurable based on objective things like the word choices and vocabulary that measure your content in terms of the above factors and give you a score that tells you how readable your content is. Here are the most common and current, as in they were created or updated within the last 50 years, readability tests. Also, guys, if you like what I do, please leave a like the video, give me a bit of formula. Flash Kincaid is perhaps the most well-known readability formula. It looks at the ratio of words to sentences and syllables. This formula grades your content based on the lowest US grade level that could easily read and understand it. So for instance, scoring a 6 means people who read at a 6th grade level and above should be able to read your text easily. By the way, this is a good score to aim for with online writing. Tools that can check your content against this formula include Microsoft Word, Hemingway Editor, Readable, and Pro Writing Aid. I would give you the advice, I've got them too, just bookmark them and always go through the text with them. I still don't always do that. I still don't always work with that. I know I'm just making the mistake that I'm not always doing it for myself. For my clients, I do that. For myself and my pages, nope. Tools that can check your content against this formula. Okay. In Microsoft Word, the readability statistics appear after you run a spelling and grammar check. Readability, Flash Reading, Ease, Flash Kincaid grade level, passive in schools is the Lexile framework. It has two parts. Measuring text based on word frequency and average sentence length. Measuring a person's reading level. For instance, content that's harder to read with a lot of long sentences and words that appear infrequently will get a higher Lexile score. Content that's easier to read with short sentences and frequent words will get a lower score. How to make your content easier to read. 9 tips for better readability. So, now we know readable content is high quality content. Again, why? Because also on the psychology of it, people don't like to feel dumb. People don't want to be confronted with stuff that they don't understand. Many people get angry or frustrated if something triggers their I don't get it, I don't understand it. And also if they have to put in effort, just as simple as that. So they push it off immediately. If your website, if your content, if your ad has stuff like that, people are pushed away from it. But let's say you've tested your content against a few readability checkers and discovered that it's mostly hard. Shorten your sentences. Shorter sentences are simpler. That's why they're easy to read. Meanwhile, longer sentences tend to contain more than one thought or idea. Stuff your sentences full of information and your readers will have difficulty untangling it. Consider it like a buffer. People have small buffers to remember what was said. If you have too long sentences, they forget the start of the sentences. Naturally, comb through your draft, look for them and break them into smaller chunks. Hot tip, a tool like Hemingway Editor automatically highlights long sentences so you don't have to hunt for them. Hemingway app makes your writing bold and clear. As you can see, it marks the sentences that are long and so on. It marks the words that are more complicated. It's a good tool, really good tool. Break up and shorten your paragraphs. While you're shortening your sentences, go ahead and shorten those paragraphs too. At most, your paragraphs for written online content should contain no more than 1 to 3 sentences. A big, dense paragraph with long sentences is daunting. It's great for paperback novel, but terrible for your blog. Nothing spells death to your reader's attention span worse than a wall of dense text. A good rule of thumb for breaking up paragraphs: one paragraph is one thought or idea. As soon as you move on to your next thought, move on to a new paragraph. Remember, the enter or return one that was really confusing to me, in all honesty, to me myself. I understand it, I accept it, but it was really confusing. Next readability tip, write in active voice. Dog ran after the ball. Dog subject, ran verb. Passive voice means you're wording a sentence passively. This means subject of the sentence is after by the dog. See how the subject, the dog, is buried at the end of the subject, of the sentence. Well, because the subject is not the dog, it's the ball. Actions of the sentence versus the subject. For example, let's say I wanted to tell you about a car robbery experience. I would say, my car was broken into last night. Action happened. However, read carefully. In most cases, active voice is much clearer and easier to read than passive voice. Emphasize that when you edit your content. Examples of active and passive voice. Active voice, I bought some new shoes. Passive voice, some new shoes were bought by me. Our team was met by the gate by him. We will ride the bus to New York City. The bus to New York City will be ridden by us. We are going to have a long day tomorrow. We will race cars, eat a big lunch, and then enjoy the concert. Passive, a long day is going to be had tomorrow by us. Cars will be raced by us, a big lunch will be eaten by us, and then a concert will be enjoyed by us. Mix up your word choices. Repeating the same words over and over in content is boring. Not exactly, but it's close. Consider that people who are bored with your content probably won't stick around to read all of it. They'll bounce. 5. Use lists. Lists are a skimming reader's best friend, and if your content is easy to skim, it's also easy to read. For this reason, whenever you're tempted to write a long list of items separated by commas, transform it into a numbered or bulleted list. You can apply the same technique to steps in a sequence, a group of related items, ideas, or concepts, points in a long paragraph, any other information you want to highlight or set apart from the main text. See what I did there? Yeah, she did a list. Wow! Give off the land. For example, descriptive headings help your reader understand how your content is organized and what information each section will cover. Selective use of bold text helps highlight important words, ideas, or phrases your reader should pay attention to. Another great signpost for long-form content is the humble table of contents. This helps your reader jump around in your article to the information they most want to read. Here's a good example of a blog with the table of contents by Ahrefs, a brand that uses them often. Keyword analyzer for SEO, table of contents at the left side. Now, point 7. Avoid jargon and industries. Our goal was to drive. If you don't, welcome to the world of Industry S, also known as jargon or industry speak. This is the insider language that people who work within the same niche or industry use when they speak to each other. To everyone else, it sounds like gibberish. Using it in content that's supposed to be targeted to your audience is a cardinal sin, because unless you have a specific exception, your audience does not speak like you and your colleagues. Okay, little caveat here. There are quite a few industries and quite a few situations in which you absolutely want to use the jargon speak, because you want your clients to know that you know that industry, that you're one of them, and that you understand the pain points and what they're going through and the challenges they face. Implement the right jargon into your articles, words, and so on. Format your pages with plenty of white space. The responsibility for this one might rest with your website designer, but it's important. Ensure your pages easier to read because the page elements won't be cramped together. Just as something to understand for many people, a lot of people get overstimulated with too much sensory input. It's often it is correlated with IQ. That's just the way it is. You can process more stuff the more intellectual capability and brain power you have. That means you have an easier time seeing many different fields, many different inputs, and analyzing them and going, okay, this is important, this is not important. Many people aren't that good at this, so it's easier for them to have easy layouts and designs that clearly make out this is what you're supposed to focus on. Ignore the other stuff, it's way away, and we give them space between these different elements. 9. Check your content by reading it out loud. One of the easiest ways to check your content readability is to read it aloud. It may feel silly, but you'll quickly discover how different your content sounds out loud versus in your head. When you read it out loud, you're more likely to stumble over complex sentences and paragraphs, or to notice when your words get all tangled. When you come across these instances, try to rewrite them into them more. Improve your content readability for better results. Content readability is a big deal. When your content is readable for your audience, they'll have an easier time getting value out of it. They'll learn from it, glean something new, or get the answer they were looking for. On the other hand, content that's hard to read will stop them from doing any of the above. It will bore or frustrate them. And the bored, frustrated audience won't stick around. That's the entity who scaled and sold a 100-person writing agency to become a trailblazer in AI adaptation. It empowers business to dominate in the AI revolution on podcast, leaders in AI, and in her AI integration consultancy. Firstmovers.ai. All right, I like that article. Julie McCroy, it's good. As usual, if new trends, scientific papers, research, studies, all different in the wide array of marketing. If you like what I do, if you want to support the channel, please consider giving a like to the video or subscribing to the channel. It's free, it's a click, maybe 2 clicks, and it helps the channel tremendously. I would really appreciate it. And with that, we're going to jump right over to the next article in a few moments. We're going right into the next article, how repurposing long-form content across digital platforms maximizes SEO impact. Sounds good, as some of you know who like to watch my stuff more regularly. I'm a big fan of creating content efficiently, and I'm a big fan of going omnipresent, which means on as many platforms as human possible. I understand we often don't have the energy, the resources, be it time or whatever, to really drive down the different platforms. Like LinkedIn is different than Facebook, is different than TikTok, is different than YouTube. I know, I understand it. But before I'm not present at all, I'd rather have optimized content for platform whatever, let's say LinkedIn, and then just add it for Facebook or whatever else too. If I've got a vertical video, I will post it in YouTube Shorts, I will post it in Facebook Reels, in Instagram Reels, in TikTok, on all of them, even if it's from its construction just optimized for one of those platforms. So I'm curious how they think about repurposing. That was my opinion. Let's get right into it. How repurposing long-form content across digital platforms maximizes SEO impact. All right. Maximize your content ROI and reach a wider audience by repurposing long-form pieces for various digital platforms. Learn how to tailor your content for different platforms to boost engagement and drive sustainable growth. Nice. Important thing. Something that could be important for absolutely everyone. I hope you can read it well. I can make it a bit bigger. So, the power of repurposing for SEO growth. Repurposing long-form content is an essential strategy for marketers looking to maximize SEO impact and extend the reach across digital platforms. In an era where content competition is fierce and audience consumption habits continue to evolve, a well-executed repurposing strategy can boost organic traffic and strengthen brand authority by reinforcing key messages across multiple touchpoints. For SEO, when content is repurposed effectively, it creates multiple pathways for search engines to discover your brand. Search algorithms prioritize fresh and consistently updated content, and distributing content in varied formats helps maintain visibility. According to SEMrush's State of Content Marketing, not linked, Sally, brands that regularly repurpose content see up to a 65% increase in organic traffic over 6 months due to the compounding effect of additional indexed content and backlink opportunities. Or is it just that they have more content? Like, is it the repurposing, or is it just the more content, and repurposing is one method of creating more content efficiently? Just a little semantic difference there. Understanding platform-specific content behavior. Yeah. Different platforms cater to different audience behaviors, and the one-size-fits-all approach does not yield optimal results. LinkedIn, best suited for in-depth professional insights and industry case studies. YouTube, ideal for repurposing blog content into explainer videos, tutorials, or interviews. Instagram and TikTok thrive on visually engaging and bite-sized content, such as quick tips, animations, and carousel posts. X, formerly Twitter, great for threading key insights from long-form content, sparking discussions, and engaging industry leaders. So, and guys, I personally suck on X and Twitter, okay? I suck. I absolutely and totally suck. Yeah? I don't know why. It is a platform that I can't make work for me, okay? So if you want me to be happy, okay? If you want me to be happy in any way, here's my profile. Please, 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 please follow me, or just send me a tweet if you don't want to follow me. I would love to have at least some interactions. Like, I've got thousands of people on LinkedIn, I've got thousands of people on Facebook, but on Twitter and X, I've got like 60 people. It is so embarrassing. Well, let's go back to that. Sorry. Shameless self-plug. Yeah, of course. Why not? Email newsletters, perfect for summarizing evergreen content and directing traffic to in-depth resources. Effective strategies for repurposing long-form content. Number one, identifying evergreen content for repurposing. Start with high-performing content that has already demonstrated traction. Use analytic tools like Google Search Console and BuzzSumo to identify posts with high engagement, backlinks, and time on page metrics. Reports, industry white papers, and thought leadership articles are prime candidates for repurposing. Transforming content into multiple formats. The key to reformatting content is catering to different audience preferences. For example, a blog post can be transformed into an infographic, ideal for Pinterest and LinkedIn. A research report can be broken down into a LinkedIn carousel and Twitter thread. A webinar or podcast can be transcribed and turned into SEO-rich blog articles. A long-form article can be summarized into an email newsletter to drive traffic back to the main piece. Studies suggest that diversifying content formats can lead to higher audience retention and engagement, as different formats cater to varying content consumption preferences. HubSpot's recent trends report highlights that marketers who utilize multiple content formats see significantly improved audience interaction and brand recall. I think that's a little important thing to jump into because I hear of, oh, people don't read anymore, or they don't engage in long form content, or whatever. Or on the flip side, oh no, these short form videos that just for brain dead people and TikTok brains and whatever. All of it heard from clients already. I heard all of it, okay? I'm just telling you what I heard, yeah? People are different, and many people learn and like to interact with content on different ways. Some people like to read for an hour or many hours before buying a service or a product. They want to know everything that they can find out about it. And if you just give them like, yeah, here's a very shallow thing and a very emotional about what are you going to be your goals, those people are pushed off from that. While other people don't like to read through a lot of data and numbers and technical arguments and so on. So some people like it visual, other people like just hearing stuff. They don't like reading at all. So if you've got a message, try to give it in as many different formats as possible. Okay? Really important. Optimizing for each platform's algorithm. Each platform's algorithm prioritizes different types of engagement. YouTube and Instagram prioritize video watch time and engagement, comments, shares, saves. LinkedIn prefers posts that drive conversations and include external links in comments instead of the main post. Yeah, you get pretty bad punishment by TikTok and Shorts boosts videos that generate high engagement within the first 30 minutes. Understanding and tailoring content according to these nuances ensures your repurposed material remains discoverable and impactful. Case study. The impact of multi-channel content repurposing. Okay, sorry, just click in the chat. Nice. Thank you. Glad you like the content. Thank you very much. A recent industry study from Content Marketing Institute 72% increase in engagement and a 60% rise in organic traffic within 6 months. By breaking down long-form reports into bite-sized social media posts, video summaries, and interactive infographics, brands saw higher audience retention and improved content visibility. For example, an enterprise SaaS brand repurposed a 5,000-word white paper into 10 LinkedIn posts, each focusing on a specific insight, 5 YouTube and Twitter threads summarizing key findings, and a podcast episode discussing report highlights. This multi-format strategy resulted in a substantial boost in brand authority and a notable increase in inbound leads. Conclusion: repurposing long-form content is now a necessity for marketers looking to optimize SEO performance. Expand the reach and improve content aligning with platform algorithms. Marketers can create a sustainable content ecosystem that continuously drives traffic and engagement. Okay. Sounded nice. I would say it's a bit weird that it focuses just on the SEO aspect. I would say really important is also that your clients, your audience won't get bored of it. You might think you're worried about it, but usually people like being reminded of the same things again and again and again, especially if it's beneficial for them. Most cases, we don't need to learn, we need to be reminded. So that's one thing. And many people we like stuff to be reminded and hear it again and again and again until it sticks with us properly. Second thing is authority and trust. The more touch points you have with your audience, the more they trust you. They like interacting with you in those different formats. They like you more. They have more trust with you. And the third thing is, I checked my emails and I've got a prospect contacting me after 1.5 years because now he is at the stage for his project that he wants to get to the next stage with me. And he was reminded by what I do, by all the posts that I have again and again and again and again. I stay top of mind for him. Yeah, just so you know. So I think that's a really important thing to understand. Except that, nice article. As usual, I will link the article in the video description below. Yep, I'll link it below. If you like what I do, that I go through articles, news, and trends in the different marketing aspects of ads, SEO, social media, content, whatever, and you want to support the channel, leave a like or subscribe to the channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks for you, but it's the best way you can help support this channel. And with that, you will most likely see other videos already popping up. And I thank you very much, and I wish you all the very, very best. And with that, we jump right into the article. Google's new Movera algorithm improves search. All right. Written by Roger Monti. Google's new multi-vector retrieval algorithm, Movera, improves search speed and performs better on complex queries. Well, going to be curious about that. For SEO purposes, and I think it's always very interesting and very well to know what kind of technical algorithms are even being used. Yep, we're recording everything. Google announced a new multi-vector retrieval algorithm called Movera that speeds up retrieval and ranking and improves accuracy. The algorithm can be used for search, recommender systems like YouTube, and for search. The research paper makes it clear that Movera enables efficient multi-vector retrieval that appears suitable for large-scale applications by reducing the problem to single vector MIPS, MIPS, allowing the use of off-the-shelf retrieval systems, existing infrastructure, and achieving lower latency and memory usage. Vector embedding in search. Vector embedding is a multidimensional representation of the relationships. Wait, I hear a knocking. Let me just check it out. So, I hope that will work better. Where were we? Vector embedding is a multidimensional representation of the relationships between words, topical, and phrases. Words, topics, and phrases. Let's start with the next article that we found. Does Google SEO affect LLM optimization? We analyzed 400 plus keywords to find out. Written by Caitlin Ulrich. Ulrich? I don't know. Sorry for butchering names as usual. Let's see how this goes on. AI search engines like ChatGPT and Perplexity are searches away from Google. This shift has marketing teams and brands exploring a new SEO-like acquisition channel, getting mentioned by LLM, large language model chat tools. Yeah, absolutely. It's the news craze. People say, oh, SEO is dead, SEO is dead, SEO is dead, it's all AI. No, AI is still very much, yeah, sorry, founded in SEO. Your position in the SERPs is still extremely important. Search, papers, experiments, and articles on my channel about that topic already. Go and watch them if you want. Like, you should watch them. They're good. Good videos. So, I'm just saying because in the industry it's like, oh my god, SEO is dead. No, it's not that. It's long until it is that. It's still very important. Okay? So, but many agencies, of course, we want to be in the AI overview window. We want ChatGPT, Perplexity, all of these LLM and the bots to mention our company, link our pages, mention our services, our product. Of course, we want that. So how do we get in there? That's the question that like many ask right now. We all are testing stuff, sharing experiences and so on. So you find a lot of different opinions about that field right now on the internet. Now let's go on. Some have even coined this emerging field LLMO. I was in GEO for generative, I don't even know, AIO, GEO, and what many way, which stands for LLM optimization. But while Google SEO has decades of tested strategies, LLMO or AI SEO is still in its early stages of development. Most of us have a general sense that if your name appears in many places online, AI tools are more likely to mention you. But where exactly do you need to show up? How often and in what context? For example, how closely does your question? To shed light on this, we analyzed whether our Google-focused SEO strategy has helped our clients get mentioned by AI search engines like ChatGPT and Perplexity. Specifically, we wanted to know, does ranking on the first page of Google for a specific keyword increase the chances of being mentioned when that keyword is entered into an AI chatbot, e.g. product development software? Do domain rating and the number of referring domains affect the likelihood of getting mentioned by AI tools? To answer these questions, we analyzed 400 plus bottom of funnel keywords across 16 clients of varying sizes, industries, SaaS, services, etc., and authority levels, all ranking on the first page of Google. So that's already important. All of them are on the first page already. As I said, it's really important. But let's go. Let's go on. We focused on results from ChatGPT and Perplexity, the most popular AI search tools today, while also briefly covering Claude AI and Google's AI overview. First, we'll break down the test results and share what we learned about how AI tools work, followed by how we set up and executed the study. We show up 77% of the time in ChatGPT and Perplexity when we rank on the first page of Google. For this study, we took 400 bottom of funnel keywords where our clients ranked on the first page of Google and entered those into ChatGPT and Perplexity. We then recorded when our clients were mentioned in the AI's response and when they were not. Here's an example using ourselves, not one of the companies we studied. Conversion-focused content marketing agencies. If you're seeking agencies that specialize in content marketing, and here are a few mentioned. Number one is them. Since we focused solely on high buying intent keywords, queries indicating the reader was ready to purchase, we weren't interested in instances where our client was mentioned as a source, but not by name, my town, for example, because then I'll already look for something. Or good alternative for software X, because then I'm already looking for the software. Low buying intent keywords, for example, is what is content marketing? What is, good example, what is influencer marketing is low buying intent. Best influencer marketing agencies is high buying intent. Okay, just that you understand. Is it something where I'm just trying to be informed, or is it something where I'm already made the decision, okay, I'm going to spend money, but where should I? Percent correlation between our clients ranking on the first page of Google and being mentioned by AI tools. On Perplexity, this correlation is 77%, and on ChatGPT, it's 67%. How often AI mentions our clients when they rank on Google's first page? 67 on ChatGPT, 77 on Perplexity. Note, we consider the first page of Google to be the top 10 organic spots. Next, we examine the likelihood of being mentioned by AI search tools. The answer is yes. The correlation rises to 72% for ChatGPT and up to 82% for Perplexity. This means that when our clients rank in the top 3 positions for a keyword, they are mentioned by AI search engines 77% of the time on average when the user enters the exact same keyword. Okay, 2%. I recently posted a video about a study from Ahrefs about this. It's really interesting also about how likely you're to be ranked in the AI overviews, not in ChatGPT, but like in Google AI overviews. Really, really interesting stuff with many data points and everything. It's particularly interesting that not only is there a strong correlation between ranking in the top 10 positions on Google and showing up in AI-powered search engines, but ranking even higher, i.e. in the top 3 positions on Google, further begs the question what's going on behind the scenes that's causing this correlation. On the Google side, we know from decades of SEO research that Google determines the importance and the authority of websites through backlinks. But the key questions are, how many sites are linking to you? Who are they? And who is linking to them? The more links, backlinks you have, especially from authoritative sites, the more authority your site gains. While there are many other ranking factors, current SEO research continues to support the thesis that backlinks are still one of the most important ranking factors. Another crucial factor is topics. What topics does your site cover? And what topics do the sites linking to you cover? Google evaluates this to ensure relevance when displaying results. We are grossly simplifying here, but these two factors, backlinks and topic relevance, help determine which pages Google ranks when a user searches for something. Well, it's really simplified because we know from the Google leak a while ago, there's like, what was it, 50,000, 150,000 variables that they consider. So it's a simplification, but it works. It's good enough of a simplification that we can get working results with it. But what about AI search engines? How do they decide what to recommend or say? We know that ChatGPT's web search features relies on third-party search engines, including Bing. To provide relevant responses to questions, ChatGPT searches based on your prompts and may share disassociated search queries with third-party uses Google as a fallback, which is kind of interesting. Like, they use Google, man, you know? And Perplexity CEO Aravind Srinivas, sorry if I butchered the name, admitted in June of 2024, we don't just rely on our own web crawlers, we rely on third-party web crawlers as well. We also asked Perplexity what it uses to crawl the web in multiple different ways, and each time it was some version of what you see in the screenshot below. It's a long text, I'll just read the highlight. Its own custom web crawler called Perplexity Bot. In its early stages, Perplexity relied on Bing, partners with an unnamed third-party vendor. Perplexity might utilize Google Search. We know both ChatGPT and Perplexity rely on third-party vendors to access current information. While this offers some insights, many marketers assume a strong correlation between search engines like Google and Bing, so ranking on one should help with the other. It's not the whole picture. Unlike traditional Google, which only indexes third-party sites, AI tools like ChatGPT also incorporate the training data to craft natural language responses. This training data comes from a much broader range of sources. How ChatGPT and our foundation models are developed. Learn more. OpenAI's foundation models, including the models that power ChatGPT, are developed using three primary sources of information. Information that is publicly available on the internet, information that we partner with third parties to access, and third, information that our users or human trainers and researchers provide or generate. So how much do these tools rely on their own web crawlers, third-party search engines, or the training data? We don't have the full answer, and understandably, OpenAI, Perplexity, Anthropic, and others are somewhat cryptic about their inner workings. Well, let's not forget that there are some accusations that they use not so very much allowed sources too. Like recently in front of the Congress, there was this hearing from the Facebook employees. Like, I don't think anything. I have no clue about the situation, of course. I'm not saying anything that anyone has done anything, but it might seem to some people like they have used data and sources that they were not allowed to use. So you will most likely not get a published list of, hey, these are our sources. Just saying. However, The data shows that if our clients rank on Google, they appear in AI search tools for bottom-of-funnel queries up to 77% of the time. Why do they, by the way, mention bottom-of-funnel queries up to 77% of the time? Top-of-funnel queries, the AI and the AI overview doesn't even link to pages anymore. Like, what is content marketing? It doesn't link a page that explains it anymore. It just gives you the explanation, the definition itself. So it is very unlikely that your company will be mentioned with such queries or questions. Yeah. This correlation suggests that despite the unknown behind AI's processes, ranking on Google still plays a significant role in LLMs mentioning you. That's what I think too. This is encouraging for brands aiming to boost traffic and leads through traditional SEO and content marketing. Individual clients saw up to 93% correlation between Google rankings and AI results. Interestingly, when analyzing results at an individual company level, we observed a wide range of correlations from 0% to as high as 93%. How often individual clients showed up on ChatGPT and Perplexity? Green is ChatGPT, purple is Perplexity. Oh man, client 6 has bad time with ChatGPT. Oh man. Client 4 too. Poor best. Poor guy. Is still for, oh man, that's really a bad value. The outliers destroyed, but for most of them it seems to still be somewhat in the same ballpark. Of course, depends how nerdy you want to be. Is it 10% difference ballpark or not, or is it already no significant difference? Yeah, no. I would say it's a ballpark for this now in this context. This relation to determine how a company can optimize its SEO efforts to also get noticed by AI tools like ChatGPT. We think the answer is yes. Specifically, we notice only on Perplexity and a correlation between domain rating and LLM mentions. Okay. Now I'm curious about that. How would the LLM know the domain rating? And how does it allow with it? ChatGPT, but had a 60% correlation on Perplexity. Why? Client 6 is a young company with a brand new website and a domain rating of less than 1. Ah! I said client number 6 has trouble. However, Perplexity operates more like a search engine than an all-purpose AI tool like ChatGPT. You wouldn't use Perplexity to write a blog post with AI, for instance. It's possible that Perplexity relies less on training data. Study, Client 6 had 11 first-page Google rankings, and we saw the brand name mentioned by Perplexity for 60% of those queries. This suggests that our SEO work and the Google ranking directly influence the chances of being mentioned by Perplexity. Aha! Domain rating, DR, and how it affects AI search results. Backlinks play a pivotal role in Google rankings, which is why various SEO tools have developed metrics to measure the quantity and quality of those backlinks. These metrics are referred to as domain authority, MODS, authority score in SEMrush, and domain rating in Ahrefs. In simple terms, the more reputable websites that link to your site, the stronger your. It's reasonable to assume that they will prioritize the most popular and those most linked to brands or websites in product discussions or recommendations. So we wondered, does a higher DR correlate with getting mentioned by AI tools? What do you guys think? I think only indirectly. I think it's more about, of course, the DR, the higher it is, the more likely you're being ranked and higher ranked on the search engine. And because you're better ranked and better placed in the search engines, of course, you will be more likely to be picked up and cited by the AIs. We used Ahrefs domain rating for this and found that yes, there is a correlation. Oh, what a wonder. ChatGPT plus Perplexity versus DR. DR, 20, 40, 60, 80, and percentage, I assume, percentage how likely it is or how often it was mentioned. The data above, though sparse, clearly shows a preference for high DR sites being mentioned by ChatGPT and Perplexity. This is significant because higher DR correlates with better SEO rankings. And for years, marketing teams and SEO agencies have focused on improving domain rating through TG. Oh man. And for years, marketing brands get mentioned by LLMs. We're in familiar territory. That said, it's important to note that this does not mean that AI tools are literally counting authority, which might be reflected in the training data or because they base web searches on Google and Bing. Regardless, this data suggests that continuing to improve the R by creating high quality content that other websites want to link to is a solid strategy for ranking well in LLMs. Having hundreds of backlinks isn't the same as having strong website authority. Before moving on, we wanted to dig deeper into the correlation between AI results and backlinks or domain authority. In addition to analyzing the relationship unique websites linked to yours correlates with AI mentions. Again, ChatGPT plus Perplexity versus referring domains. Not such a clear correlation, in my opinion. It still exists, but not that directly. That correlation still exists, but it's much weaker than the one observed with DR. This suggests that the raw number of backlinks or referring domain contributes to Ahrefs' DR metric. It also factors in the DR of these domains. It's like that for a moment, okay? Just because I want to make sure that you're informed and don't do stupid mistakes. No, don't go to Fiverr. Don't buy some dude who will for $50 or $100. Oh, I give you high domain DR, high checking. No, don't do that. You don't want just some whatever amount of backlinks. There are cheap domains, there are bad domains that link to whatever. Google knows those. Google goes through domains and it checks it out. Your domain can even be penalized for having these fake low quality backlinks. Okay, don't do that. Watch out for proper good backlinks. Okay, they need to be from genuine sites that have value. Okay, just wanted to tell you that because some of you will try to get the cheap and fast thing, and then it will, as usual, it will just fall flat and cause even more issues. Yeah. Setting up the study. For this study, we analyzed 400 plus bottom of funnel keywords from 60 clients who ranked in Google's top 10 positions for each search term. The keywords included all three category keywords: jobs to be done, and competitor keywords, EI, competitor versus competitor, competitor alternatives. We evaluated results from 4 tools: ChatGPT, Perplexity, Claude AI, and Google's own AI overview. More on the last 2 in the next section. Each keyword was entered into the AI tool the same way it would be entered into Google. Best LLMs in a more organic way than just entering keywords. E.g., I need help finding a project management software versus best project management software. Then, which of course changes the results of the study, but I understand why they did that. I think that's good. That's not like obfuscating anything or such. Also, respect for mentioning that. I like that. Then we took note of when our client was mentioned, this was marked down as a yes. When other software or services were mentioned, but not our client, this was marked down as no. When the tool didn't mention any solutions, for example, sometimes the AI only offered information on a topic, e.g. a definition of project management software, or offered to create the software for you. This was marked down as NA. Not answered, not available, I don't know. Keyword tab, Ahrefs positions, Claude, ChatGPT, Perplexity, Google AI overview, as you can see. We then calculated the percentage of yeses by dividing the total number of yeses by the combined total of yeses and nos. As mentioned, all the keywords in the study are bottom of funnel queries, meaning the goal is to ultimately sell your product. So we purposely excluded NA values because no amount of online presence, let alone ranking on the first page of Google, will help if I'm not completely sure if I understand correctly. I'm not sure if the reasoning here is good. Because just because the AI didn't mention any company and thought the user does not want to buy something, I'm not sure if you can exclude that number from the results. Say, well, how likely is it that I'm being mentioned? because those were mentions, not mentions of companies, but those were responses too. So how likely is it that the AI understands, hey, mention my company if you're unsure if the client even wants to buy, or the user? So I'm not sure if I would take the numbers like that, but who cares? As we cover in detail above, we also analyzed results separately for keywords in any position on the first page versus those where we ranked in the top 3 positions. Additionally, we examined results GPT, Perplexity, Google AI. All AI above 50%, almost 60, Claude over 25, ChatGPT almost 75, Perplexity over 75, Google AI over 25%. A note on Google's AI overview. Marketers and brands have been focused on showing up on AI tools like ChatGPT and Perplexity, but they're also eager to know how to show up on Google's AI overview. The AI overview is the little text box that they show. However, this AI overview isn't offered for every keyword or for every user. In fact, our study showed that 40% of the time there was no AI overview for bottom of funnel keywords. Plus, it's also worth noting that users can choose to turn this feature off. This means that for most high buying intent queries, the reader has to rely on non-AI results, e.g. ads, organic, and sources across the web. Finally, just because you're ranking on the first page or even in the top 3 positions on Google SERP does not guarantee you'll be mentioned by Google's AI. Our data shows that if you're ranking on the first page, there's only a 31% chance you'll be mentioned in Google's AI overview. And that chance only rises for plenty of traffic and potentially leads if you produce content that ranks well, even when an AI overview appears above your content. And as mentioned earlier, Google's AI overview only appears roughly half of the time. So writing high quality content that fulfills search intent remains the best way to reach your target audience on Google. A little something. The AI does not make just one query, it makes multiple queries. For example, when I type in best shoes, then the AI makes a few queries that you are not aware of, like best running shoes, best outdoor shoes, best shoes for men 2025. And then it checks all of those SERP results, the different pages, and only the aggregate of that, the conglomerated results of those, all of them considered and checked against one another, then it decides which of the pages should be in which position and which should be linked in the AI overview. So I personally think it depends on how well did your page rank for the different queries that it found out, and is it mentioned in multiple of these queries in a high position. That's how it seems to work to me. A note on Claude AI. Claude AI is better known as a writing tool than a search engine replacement. Okay? And it even admits that it doesn't search the web. Instead, it works off older training material. Last received information in April 2024. However, we included it in the study for the sake of interest and to confirm that not all tools should be used for search. And that's evident from our data. Out of all the tools we tested, Claude had the weakest correlation of Google results by a long shot. All clients, yes, all top 10. Claude, clearly below. Yeah, it lowered average just being pulled down by Claude. And look, ChatGPT, Perplexity, Google AI, all of them over 50%, very well, almost 75%, and Claude drags it so low that the average is low. If you want good information, sometimes the average is not to be used, and instead you want a list of all the tools as you prefer to create the software rather than list options. Okay? Inventory. I'll help you create an inventory management system. Yeah. Note, we entered the keyword into Claude just like we would into Google for consistency's sake. But if we had followed up with Claude and specified that we wanted it a list, it likely would have provided one. So we wouldn't spend much effort trying to crack AI tools that weren't designed for search, as they simply aren't effective for that purpose. Instead, we recommend focusing on showing up for tools like ChatGPT and Perplexity. And as this study showed, continuing with a strong SEO strategy can get you 77% of the way there. Okay, how to work with us or learn more? Work with our agency, join our team, learn our methods. I'll link their article below. You can sign them up. I think Grow and Convert is the name. I like it. Good information, good data. And I like them because what they say aligns with my experience and my knowledge. So, of course, as usual, the link to the article will be below in the description. For all of you, I hope you enjoyed it. I go through news, through articles, through new trends in marketing, social media, SEO, web dev, content, whatever. Everything that helps our brands and companies make money and be more known to the customers. If you like, so with that, this live session is over for now. I need to go buy myself some breakfast here where I live. I mean, I have no clue where you guys are from while you watch, but I'm from Austria in Europe, and it's 9 a.m. It's time for me to get some breakfast. I've been streaming and working for almost 4.5, 5 hours by now. I think it's even more, right? 6 hours. Been 6 hours now, and I need to get some food, a little break, and then we're going to continue most likely. So, for all of you, wish you the very best.